I see you entering. Take a right. You're going to proceed down the long hall, all the way to the end. You're going to go till the end where you're intersect to the classrooms. Keep going. I see you moving forward. Subject is held up in classroom 203.
Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
Welcome to a special edition of All Day, as we'll be doing for the rest of the week here for the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, which is about to get underway in Becker County Court, which is in Detroit Lakes. The trial scheduled to last 5 days. That included jury selection, which took the entirety of the day yesterday on Monday. Jury selection is always a tough one to call, whether it's going to take part of the day or longer, and it took the entire day. So now today, what we are waiting to begin is opening statements in this case. Mitchell charged with 2 counts, 2 felonies, burglary and possession of burglary or theft tools. Paul Bloom here as well through the duration of this trial, because you've covered this a lot from the very beginning. This was April of last year when she was arrested and taken into custody, and then the charges came down, which of course led to a lot of drama at the Capitol in terms of whether or not she should resign or not. Of course, the Democrats hold a 1-seat majority, and so there was a lot of resistance to that, but also the complexities of at what point, what threshold should somebody resign their seat. What criminal charges or accusations, bring that up. Of course, if it was a different seat majority, maybe we wouldn't be having that conversation. Who knows? You had brought up the case of the Eichhorn case.
Right. He resigned immediately.
Yeah. Charged though.
Face expulsion. He was facing
federal charges of sex trafficking.
Teen prostitute, correct? That was a Republican, Nicole Mitchell, the 1-seat advantage right now for the DFL Senate. So I know a lot of eyes from the Capitol, 200 miles away. This is small town Minnesota. We're going up to Becker.
Yeah.
We do have a camera in the courtroom as soon as the proceedings get going. Kind of an interesting live streaming rule put into place by the court. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, they allowed cameras in the court, which is, Minnesota, kind of a case-by-case thing. Witnesses can opt out of the being on camera if they so choose. Typically, you see that with some of the friends and family or personal witnesses, not so much with law enforcement witnesses. And they have ruled that there is no live stream. So what they are allowing us to do, though, is to show you that on a 10-minute delay. So we're able to show you basically a playback of what's happening. So it's not live. So therefore, in theory, they're getting going or getting ready to get going, and we will bring that to you once our 10-minute window is elapsed, at which point we can bring you then a replay, essentially, of this. So it's not live, but it's close to it.
Yeah, I think the best way probably to describe it is just tape delay. Some people are familiar with that, perhaps with like Olympic coverage, but the court has mandated a 10-minute delay. We do know the jury got seated yesterday. I do want to point out the panel. Again, interesting dynamics here for the viewers who may be new to this case. This is a situation where a sitting state senator drove up to her stepmother's house. She admits, going inside. She's kind of caught red-handed in the basement bathroom. She claimed she was going to take possession of some of her dear dad's belongings, mementos that were important. He had passed away a year before. There was a probate issue where the estate was given to the stepmother. There's some suggestions that perhaps stepmom was suffering from Alzheimer's or some dementia or paranoia. So all this is going to play out in this case. I was interested to note in the panel of 15, they've chosen 3 alternates. 12 jurors typically deliberate with 3 alternates, 10 men, 5 women. I thought perhaps a female juror, just very stereotypically, might be more supportive of the type of story that we may hear from the defendant. But I think Marsh Hallberg, who's standing by to join us, might have some insights on exactly like what a jury pool might look like, what a trial looks like in small town Minnesota. In a case like this, he's joining us now, criminal defense attorney, longtime political analyst for us here at Fox 9.
Marsh, thanks for joining us again, which you've agreed to do kind of throughout this to add some legal context here. Let's talk about, as we're waiting for opening statements to begin, the prosecution goes first, the county attorney there, but let's talk about jury selection here. I know you're not involved in this case. Let's make sure that is clear up front here. But as you're selecting a jury, if you were the defense in this case, there's a lot to go through. And first of all, what jurors do you try to kind of weed out in this case to not seat on this panel? What would you be looking for to sort of disqualify somebody from your selection?
Morning, guys. I think, one thing, whether you're trying a case in a small county or, head up in a Ramsey, some different dynamics there. We can assume, and again, I did not see the voir dire, but we can assume that many jurors may know each other, that they see somebody else at the VFW or they do whatever. So one thing is you're concerned about somebody feeling awkward of maybe holding against somebody else with their point of view, guilty or not guilty later on, and then having to face their neighbors or rural friends, in the community setting 6 months later. So I'd really want to press on that if I'm a defense person, to say you've got to hold true and you can't worry about the look across the grocery store aisle in 6 months if that's a concern for you. And just agendas both ways. And the problem is some people just really want to be on a jury, right? They just want the experience, or this will be in a high profile trial, and they're going to kind of say whatever they think the right answers are to get there. And it's trying to weed behind that.
Yeah, and how much are you, trying to look for people who have as little knowledge or predetermined ideas about a case like this as possible?
Yeah, you're obviously looking. Most people, I assume, have heard of the case. I mean, this is big time news in a smaller county, so probably everybody's heard about it. So it may not be so much that have you heard about the case, but can you set all that aside? That's all just gobbledygook as far as news reporting at this point. We got to go with what you hear in the courtroom. That's alone. So you're really trying to have people that are willing to start afresh and set aside their preconceived ideas on this. There's a lot of myth in the way we practice law, but there's some belief sometimes that men are more sympathetic to women than women are to women, that they will be harder on their own sex. So the fact that we have a majority of men here might lead to that belief by some attorneys when they pick juries, that they want to get men on this jury to feel more protective of this or to kind of push back a little bit. And as we chatted a little bit about yesterday, you're looking for people that maybe have gone through some deep grief, preferably recently, but any time in their life, lost a spouse, a child, a parent, and that deep agony that they have. And I assume that we're going to hear a heartfelt story from the defense about how she couldn't get access to the most basic small little items for a remembrance of her father, and the ugly part of that. I don't do probate law at all, but I've been told, and I think I've heard enough war stories about this, that people a lot of times, if you die without a will or something, it's pretty easy to carve up the money. Let's say you got 3 kids, every kid gets a third of the money or something. But what they fight over is, I call it Aunt Bertha's brooch, right? The piece of jewelry, the thing that's worth $5 maybe, but it has a sentimental value. And the value a lot of times of having a will in place is you can have a personal property list where you itemize specifically who gets little mementos of value to family members, because that's what they fight over a lot of times. It's not the pure dollar splitting.
Yeah, interesting. And we do know that the stepmother in this case, Senator Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, was the recipient of the entire estate. It's kind of spelled out, one in the criminal complaint, and then in subsequent court filings. But Marsh, sticking with the jury selection, who's on that jury, it's an interesting way to look at it, with the men perhaps defending or being more sympathetic to a lovely woman who's taking a witness stand or what have you, or facing these allegations. Of course, we don't know who the 3 alternates are and what the final jury deliberation makeup.
Nor do the alternates know who they are either.
Certainly not right
people
now.
don't know until the end, when a judge says, "Okay, you and you are the alternates. Thank you for your service." And you see those people that sometimes maybe look a little disappointed when they've sat through a whole case and they don't get to help deliberate.
But I did want to ask you, Marsh, about some of the, there were reporters in the courtroom, of course, yesterday. We were down here kind of waiting for the trial to begin, so I wasn't in the courtroom for voir dire myself. But some of the reporting had talked about jurors being asked about if they had family members suffering from Alzheimer's, people who had experienced a burglary at their own home and how they felt afterwards, and then asked about politicians. And of course, Nicole Mitchell is a senator. I don't know how much references can be made in the courtroom to that effect, but should politicians be held to a higher standard? So when perhaps no surprise that some of those big bullet points in this trial that we've talked about, Alzheimer's, deteriorating health, dementia, and then burglary, being a burglary victim, and of course the stature of a state senator on trial. Any surprises there that those were some of the questions that prospective jurors were asked to answer by attorneys on both sides yesterday?
Right. I think that it sounds like they did a really good job. And as you guys have handled so many trials, voir dire, like you said earlier, you just have no clue how long it's going to take. Is it half a day? Is it 2 days? You just 3 days? You just don't know. Part of it is how many jurors you have to bring in one at a time, because they have personal matters they want to talk about. But like I said, the political agenda is a big thing. You're in I assume, a fairly conservative county, and a more liberal politician, and making sure that people aren't making this a referendum on issues outside of the case.
One of the interesting things here, the pre-trial motions, the state had asked that she not be referred to as senator. That was denied. The judge denied that, saying that we refer to deputies and officers and et cetera by title. This should be no different. What's the significance of the defense basically being allowed to refer to her as senator, or the state being denied the motion that she not be referred to as senator?
I recently had a hearing where we were fighting over whether somebody could be referred to as a doctor, because I think the same thing applies to a senator, is that there's that certain prestige that comes despite all the pushbacks we have in politics these days, but the title senator, I think, brings a certain amount of respect with it, just like doctor does, or investigator. So I think that's helpful for the defense to just have that out there to kind of bolster her credibility even before she takes a stand, if she does.
Even though that as Paul was mentioning, might come with those political, are there some emotional landmines there about bringing politics into it?
Well, I'm a big believer in that you win the football game in the last order. And so I'm a big believer in you've got points like that you certainly are touching on in voir dire, and then you bring them home again in closing. So you build a theme in the question of the jury, you introduce it to them in the opening, but it's in closing where you get up and say, this is a place that is free of politics. Everybody should be judged as the same, whether you like this woman's politics or you don't. And you press that again really hard. And jurors, I think they really do, when they get into a back room to deliberate on this stuff, they really kind of hold each other accountable to follow the rules.
And Marsh, I'm just wondering, we're still at least 10 minutes away, as I'm told. The jury hasn't arrived in the courtroom. I don't think the judge is even on the bench at this point. So we are kind of in a holding pattern again, bearing in mind there's also going to be a 10-minute delay this morning. But it does make me wonder kind of what goes on behind the scenes in the courthouse this morning. I don't know. I don't even want to put you on the spot to ask how many trials you've done. But are these last minutes butterfly moments as you're starting to think about how you're presenting your opening statements? Take us inside the mindset of both the attorneys and then, of course, the defendant right now.
Well, being a trial lawyer, I think has just been an incredible experience for my life, and most trial lawyers I know we love the courtroom. We like to hear ourselves talk too much, perhaps, but if we get to game day, all that prep. I'm going to use a corny sports analogy here, maybe, but when you get onto the field, that's when it gets fun. I mean, it's all the hard work you did lining up witnesses and your questioning and ruling on evidence and all these other kinds of things. But you get in the courtroom, you're ready to roll. And then that's when trial lawyers really have a good time.
The charges here, let's discuss them again. The first one is a burglary, first degree, dwelling occupied, non-accomplice present. Basically, enter a dwelling without the consent of the lawful
Were you there when the officer retrieved that pry bar?
Yes, I let them get down in the window well to pick it up. I didn't touch it.
Your Honor, could I publish Exhibit 47?
You may.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you Exhibit 47, which has already been received into evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Can you tell us what this is?
this is the egress window.
Is this where the pry bar was located?
Yes,
Did you, after that was removed, did you do something to this area, this window?
would you repeat that?
After the pry bar was recovered, did you do something to this window, this area?
I didn't touch any of it.
You didn't clean out the leaves?
Oh,
Okay. Did either you or Carol Mitchell at any point touch that pry bar?
neither one of us did.
Okay. Had you ever seen that pry bar prior to that morning?
Oh, I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Hedlund.
Good morning.
What years did you serve in the Navy?
I'm sorry,
What years did you serve in the Navy, sir?
1968 to 1972, active duty, Vietnam, and then after, I got to think about the year. I think it was 1980. Oh, wait a minute. 1988 to 91. No, I got to think. I was in the Naval Air Reserve for a spell as well, serving in Iceland.
I will make sure that I speak up loud enough. I understand hearing loss comes with being in the military.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedlund, It's my understanding that Rod Mitchell died in March of 2023. Is that your memory?
That is my memory.
It's my understanding that he died shortly after the two of you got back from an ice fishing trip. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Once Rod passed, were you able to go with Carol to any of her doctor's appointments?
No.
Once Rod passed, were you in a position to sort of help her as far as paying bills or doing any paperwork of that type?
No.
I want to ask about the crowbar. You had just testified that you found or you saw the crowbar, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had anybody else told you that they saw it before you did?
No,
So as far as you know, you were the first person to see it?
that is correct.
And what did you do? Did you immediately call law enforcement or did you tell Carol about it?
I told Carol about it.
Okay, so you were the first.
Yes.
What time was that, Mr. Headland? Just roughly?
Probably 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Headland, before that 7 a.m. when you saw it, you had been over at Carol Mitchell's house when some law enforcement was there. Is that correct? And if I'm wrong, I don't want to put that in your memory. Were you there? When did you first get there and how long were you there? Maybe that's a better question.
I got there shortly before 7. And I asked Carol about more details.
Okay.
And she pointed out the egress window, and she pointed out a window on the other side of the entryway that the bag or some bag with some items were pushed out that window.
All right. Do you remember having a discussion with law enforcement inside of Carol's home, maybe in the kitchen area?
No, not in the kitchen area.
Do you remember any conversations with law enforcement inside the house? Maybe that's a fair question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't think you had a chance to watch the body camera videos of that, but do you recall a conversation that you and Carol had talking about how Carol said Nicole never came to the house and you disputed that? Do you recall that?
Would you repeat that?
Well, I need to ask a cleaner question. That's my fault. Do you remember Carol saying that Nicole never came to the house and you responded, no, actually, Nicole did come to the house a couple of times?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not putting anything in your mind that's not there. I guess the first question would be, when law enforcement was there and we're talking about this whole situation, did you ever tell police that you had seen Nicole at Carol's house in the past?
That conversation never came up.
Okay. And so if there's a question about whether that conversation happened, we'd want to maybe look at a video if a video exists.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you remember how Carol Mitchell secured the doors or kept the doors locked or safe back at that time?
Normal lock.
Okay. She didn't have like a security bar or a safety bar jammed against those doors?
Not until after the incident.
Okay. So it only happened after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you know, we wouldn't have seen any evidence of those bars before the incident?
That day was the earliest I had ever been at Carol's house, so I wouldn't know if she puts bars on the door, on the locks or not.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that clarity. Did you get to, I want to move forward after Rod's death. There was a funeral, but then there was a later internment. Were you able to attend the internment?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in your memory, who was there at the internment?
One of Rod's sisters, Carol and I think one of either Carol's sister or Carol's niece. There weren't too many of us. There were 4 or 5 of us. That was it.
Okay. But certainly you remember attending it, so Carol wasn't there by herself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
She was very distraught. I drove her.
You did drive her there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Sir, do you remember the date of the internment?
No.
Could it have been exactly 1 year to the date of Rod's passing?
It could have been 1 month to the date of Rod's passing.
1 month?
I didn't write it down.
Sure. Do you remember the year by chance?
Yeah, it was 23.
Well, Mr. Mitchell passed away in 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall if his ashes were buried that year or the following spring?
Might have been the following spring now that I think about it.
Is it possible that it was exactly 1 year to the date of his passing?
Very possible.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hedlund, you may step down. Thank you. Watch your step.
All right, ask that Mr. Hedlund be released from his subpoena.
Mr. Ringstrom.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hedlund then is released from his subpoena. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald.
Your Honor, the state would call Doug Vickmark.
I think this was the old guy who was with the victim the next morning when they find the crowbar in the egress window. I think the crowbar,
please, and be sworn.
his testimony, throw it out. I'm not even sure why the prosecutor brings it other than it does, I guess, kind of fill a hole. But that was ridiculous and kind of cruel and patronizing, I thought, of this older gentleman. Very patronizing. I didn't like it.
Well, he seemed like he was brought in also to kind of attest to her state of mind and all, right?
Well, why would
Mr. McDonald.
the prosecution
sir.
is not
Morning.
asserting that
Please
there's
state
a
your full name for the
problem?
record
So
and
these are
spell your last
prosecution
name.
witnesses.
My
No,
name
he
is
was brought
Officer
in to
Douglas
establish this is how we got
Vickmark,
the
last
crowbar.
name spelling V as in
Okay.
Victor, ICKMARK.
Sir, what is your current job title?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department
How long have you been with the Detroit Lakes Police Department?
since September 2014.
When was your first law enforcement job?
My first law enforcement job, I was with the West Fargo, North Dakota Police Department. Started there in March 2012.
Can you outline your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vickmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Are you still active?
Yes, I am in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, sergeant first class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically my job, I kind of assist in a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Fancy
Do you
way of
have
saying
some
I work in
training as an
S3.
MP?
I do.
Mr. Vickmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
Is it sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet. So she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
So Officer Vickmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
What would it be fair to say that one of your other, well, what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine her actual point, or determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
Well, that went to the sidebar pretty quick.
Yep, it sure did. I was just about to holler to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure even what they're going to bring up on this. I thought initially this might have been.
Yep.
Got a feedback loop. I'm not sure if this is the actually primary investigator for. I'm looking forward to, and I say this, I'm looking forward to seeing the primary investigator on this. The detective that with this case put it together and filed it as a complaint.
That's based on what we had seen and what was being reported
Back.
was the window that Nicole Mitchell had accessed into Carol Mitchell's house was too small for a person to even get through. So we were trying to find an actual route that would have made sense to get into the residence.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 60. Excuse me, Exhibit 66 and 67. First, starting with Exhibit 66, do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
That's the width measurements of the window that was originally believed that Nicole Mitchell had gained access to the residence from.
Is it a true and accurate reproduction of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd offer 66 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
66 is received.
Next, sir, do you have Exhibit 67 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
It is the same picture, except it's showing the approximate height with a ruler of that same window.
True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 67 is received.
I publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer, this is what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you tell us what this is? Sorry, what's that, Ms. Sullivan? Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you speak to this photograph?
Yes, this is the a picture with a ruler showing the measurements from left to right, the width of the original window that Miss Nicole Mitchell was believed to have gained access into the residence from.
If you're aware, sir, do you know where that belief came from?
I'm not exactly sure. I only saw the media posts online of them believing that was the window that it was accessed from.
You weren't involved responding that morning, fair to say? Okay. Can you tell us what your measurement was approximately here?
It's approximately 11 inches wide.
And next, I'm publishing what's been received as Exhibit 67. Can you speak to this photograph, sir?
It's the same photograph of the same exact window, except it's the height measurement showing that it's approximately 8 inches tall.
Okay. And in speaking with Sergeant Glander and Chief Todd, what was ultimately concluded at this time?
Based on the measurements and also inside the photographs, you can see that there's some dust and other items around the window. We determined that no one had come into that window based on what was there and the fact that it just didn't appear that anybody could even have squeezed through the window.
So Investigator Bickmark, what did you do next after measuring that window?
From there, my job was, I was assigned as being the photographer. So I went to the only other possible source of or location of entry in the basement, which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Bickmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Bickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next, with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, Exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 59.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64.
Yes, it is.
And finally, Exhibit 65.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer 50 through 65 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 50 through 65 are received.
I would ask to publish in sequential order at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Officer Bickmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with the desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill, except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, this is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the Exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I had I called in Sergeant Glander and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue, I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
A tool mark would be something where you use a tool, and in this case, the tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68, 69, and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69?
Yes, it is.
And 70?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Just to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received, and you may publish.
Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as Exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And Exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window showing just the, I guess, the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs, there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 71 through 84. And I might need a moment. Investigator Vickmark, you had an opportunity to review all the photographs you took prior to today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I told you the photographs of the alleged tool marks were 71 through 8, marked as 71 through 84, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I wouldn't.
And again, they were true and accurate depictions of that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer 71 through 84.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
71 through 84 are received.
In a moment, Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to ask to publish each of these exhibits and have you again explain their significance. Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish, if I didn't already ask, to publish Exhibits 71 through 84.
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 71. Can you speak to this photograph?
From this photograph, I had entered into the egress window area, and I observed the left side of the window as you're facing it, looking into the window. I noticed that there is a piece of wood that was kind of sticking out directly below the window, and it appeared like it had possibly been, somebody possibly had put a tool there to pry down on it, causing the wood to kind of pull out.
Next, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 72.
Same window, same location, just a closer photograph of the same area.
'73.
This photograph is showing, it's kind of hard to see it unless you zoom into it. I apologize, I'm used to seeing the photograph horizontal instead of a vertical way here.
If I change the orientation, would it assist you?
Yes. I guess it's still vertical, but there we go. It's hard to see it in this photograph here, but from the right side, you see two marks on the wood right as it bends down. From there to the right of it, a little ways, and to the left of it, there are marks in the wood, kind of scratches in the wood going from the angle of it and up toward the screen.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 74.
It's a photograph of the same area, again, on the bottom right of the screen, not the screen, the ledge where it bends. There's two marks in the paint with scratch marks that lead up towards, there we go. Scratch marks that lead up to where the screen would be at.
Investigator Vickmark, do you have the ability to annotate or circle on your screen, I believe?
I hope so.
Could you, I'm not sure what happened here. Could you attempt to show us or better explain what you're speaking to with this?
Yes. There are marks there, and then marks there. Very fine scratch marks moving from bottom right to top left toward the screen area.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to clear your screen?
Possibly. I guess I don't know how.
And can the record reflect the witness has circled various photographs on the exhibit, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Well, if I move to another exhibit, it might be a moot point.
Apologize.
Here we go. Oh, I guess not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 75. Can you speak to this photograph?
This is my hand in gloves. I am holding my hands kind of, I guess, like the NDSU horn symbol, I guess, pointing out the distance between the left side of where the marks were originated from to the right side, just to kind of give a better view of where the scratches were actually at.
Exhibit 76.
We had removed the screen, and as I was removing it, and it was handed to me on the outside, I noticed that there is a large scratch mark on the bottom of the screen in that same area where the scratch marks were at on the windowsill.
Exhibit 77.
This is a photograph showing where the scratch marks were at It's kind of hard to see here where the scratch marks are at, but they're from approximately the 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 78.
Same picture, same area. I guess not same picture, but the same area, showing again the scratch marks extending from roughly that 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 79.
The screen, as it would have been on the window, was taken off and it was laid down, and it was showing the scratch marks on the windowsill. They're extending from approximately the 9¼ inch area to about the 11¼ inch area.
Let me ask you this, investigator, did the scratch marks on the screen appear to line up with the scratch marks on the windowsill?
They did.
Next, I'm showing you exhibit 80.
It's the same picture, possibly a little bit clearer, of the screen where the scratch marks were at. In the picture, you can see the deep scratch mark is right about that 9¼ or 9 1/8, I guess, mark. And on the top part of the screen where it bends, there's silver markings that appeared like a tool had been sliding across it at that area.
Exhibit 81.
This one I'm not exactly sure about what the photograph is depicting. I can't remember anyways.
So nothing useful there.
No.
Exhibit 82.
This is that bend that I was just telling about of the scratch marks. You can see that there's also scratch marks on the outside of the screen, right below the, I guess, the netting area of the screen on the metal, leading up to the area where the marks were actually at.
And exhibit 83.
This is roughly the same area. I noticed that little black smudge mark that was right there, possibly from a footprint or just a mark of dirt being lifted and put on there as somebody may have come in through the window.
And finally, exhibit 84.
And my fingers on my right hand, or sorry, my left hand, showing approximately the same location of the dirt marks coming in.
So Investigator Vickmark, were you advised of, strike that. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing that's been received as exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And were you made aware of this evidentiary item?
I was.
Based on your observations of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar, what did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
At some point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to show you next exhibits 85 through 88. First of all, did you photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88.
I'm sorry for which ones?
85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier.
Would you
Yeah,
please? Thank you.
no worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Vic Mark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection.
85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor.
86 is received.
Next, showing you Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
It's a true and accurate depiction.
Yes.
Offer 87.
No objection, Your Honor.
87 is received.
Finally, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 88.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 88 is received.
Would request to publish 85 through 88, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 85. Can you tell us about this photograph?
This photograph is showing the one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
Next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the bent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence, first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Ms. Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just the photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been
Mitchell.
in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vickmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vickmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vickmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay. And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1 day, 2 day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't relate it to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked was MOCIC, which is an investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest, to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information, for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
At the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed? I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed. Just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I would describe it.
Okay. And so whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just, from my training experience, just what we do. Just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did you use, or why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
Just I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. Just we keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the primer in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house?
Yes.
And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack?
Yep.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser, near where Nicole Mitchell was at is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, when you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
Okay. And what did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Okay. Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
It was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Did you note any, did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vickmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vickmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
I just don't think that I don't think that testimony got anywhere. I think it was ridiculous.
I kind of agree.
I mean, you've got a guy on the witness stand. You're going to ask him. He's identifying like debris as well. This is a stem. Well, he doesn't. Technically, he doesn't know.
We are now in
what it
recess
appeared
in
to
the
be.
trial of
But he
State
didn't say
Senator
that. He
Nicole
kind of said
Mitchell.
this is
What
what it
appears to
was.
be
And he
the
talks about tool
mid-morning break.
marks.
This is
instead of
typically the
maybe it
time
appeared
that
to
they
be.
take them. And again, we are on a
And
10-minute
it doesn't
delay
appear that
from
there
what
was
is
any
happening
real
in court.
forensic analysis
So that
of
was about
any bit of that.
10:15,
I just don't
10:16
see.
or so. Presuming
I
that
guess
they would
because
come
the
back
pry
in
bar
around
was
10:30,
found, the
which
pry
means we
bar
can
was entered into
begin to
evidence.
bring
The
that
pry
to you
bar
again
is an
around
issue. You're going to
10:40.
have to
Again,
address it.
some of
That's
these
part of the
court breaks,
story.
they might
But
say 15 minutes and they
that was
stretch to
painful.
20.
Painful to watch.
So we'll
What
see how
did you
that
think
goes.
listening
But
to
that wrapped up
this
the
police officer?
testimony of
Give you
investigator
a feeling of
Vic Mark
confidence
of the
that
Detroit
what
Lakes
he
Police
said he was
Department. We're going to talk
sure
more
of?
about his testimony and get
Well, he was
input from
professional
Mark
about
Schaub,
it.
our
He
defense attorney,
addressed the jury.
here in a minute. But they're talking about really
But
the
when
evidence
I'm
of two
looking at
different
when I'm
windows in
looking
this
at,
basement home, and one where the
I guess I
crowbar
can
pry
kind
bar,
of
as they
see
call
what
it
he's saying with
today,
a
was
little bit of
found
dirt that was in there,
with
but
apparent marks of getting in that
you
window
really don't
and
know.
debris inside.
I mean, I don't.
Which would make it appear
There
that's where
wasn't
she
like
entered, and the measurements of the
there wasn't
window that
anything
she
there
had
that
said
really
she'd
told
entered
me
where the backpack was found.
that's
That
what
appeared
she
to be
was
part of the
doing.
fall.
Other than the
It's
pry
fall for
bar
a human
part
being
of
to
the
fit through.
window.
It was good to get that
Let me
clarity.
ask you
Because
this.
that's where she crawled in. Can you turn that down a little bit in the background so I can hear you better?
But that egress window.
Are you still getting audio from the feed?
Situation and
I am. I'm getting the they're talking in the background. It makes it very hard to hear.
Get out that
To
window.
distinguish
But they
your
have not
voice.
collected fingerprints or DNA from the pry bar to
I've
show
got it
evidence
muted.
that Nicole Mitchell had used that
me
or
try
touched
this.
it. But the insinuation.
Okay. Better. Okay.
I've got it muted. It shouldn't be coming through.
Yep, it's not. So, yeah, it just, I could kind of see where they were pointing that out, but that one little stem, I would expect more to be in the window if she crawled, inside, if she had crawled through. It didn't look like she swept it off or anything like that. So, I don't know. All of that was, how did she get in? I'm confused. If he kept saying that the window was only 8 inches, she couldn't have crawled in, even using the crowbar. Well, the bag was shoved through there, but how did she get in? How did someone get in an 8-inch, especially a woman? And we got hips and chests.
I don't think the state's provided a means of access to the house. And I'll say this: in this particular case, I don't know that you really need it. I don't think you need the method of entry. She was found inside the house with her own acknowledgement she wasn't supposed to be there. The victim, right? She's not supposed to be here. I think
I've thought about that. I just am perplexed of how she got in. It's just one of those kind of outstanding questions of, I know she was in there. I know she admitted to the crime, but how the hell did she get in?
Well, I don't know. I haven't done a survey of the house to see other entry points that could be possible. I think the state is leaning on this egress window because it's designed to, get out in a fire. It's made that way. I just don't think they established it what they showed. What I see on the windowsill is debris that you might see on a lot of window seals. You might see some of that on some of my window seals in my house if it's an area that you don't frequent much.
Right.
I think coming through that window as an adult, you're going to be knocking over stuff on that desk. You're going to have issues getting around all that, especially in the dark. And here's the next question: have you ever tried to put a window screen on from the inside?
Unless you have those tabs, it's not the easiest thing to do.
It's very difficult to do. Very difficult, if not impossible to do in some cases, to put the window screen back on. And this window screen was on that night. If you'll remember, when the victim walked around the officers we saw on the body cam, they went to this window and she said, well, I don't know. I thought she would have came in here, but the window screen's still on. I just don't know if we're looking at the right point of entry there. But
and the problem with that is that it's distracting. So when you're thinking about this case, like a jury member may be like, wait a second, but I keep focusing on how did she get in there? It's a distraction, and that brings up kind of questions in your mind, even though you aren't quite sure what the question is. Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Like
this testimony is good for the defense. This is the only good thing that's happened to the defense is
Yep.
poor showing on law enforcement's part. And I'm going to say that I think in general, we look at all the law enforcement officials or officers that have testified in this. We've had one I thought did pretty decent. The rest of them, it's almost like talking with Joe off the street. It's like they've had no training on how to testify. There are things there. I'll give you an example. When you seize marijuana, I bet that 99.9% of the American public, if you showed them a bag of marijuana and let them smell it, they would be able to tell you with certainty that it's marijuana. But yet a police officer should never say it's marijuana. He should say, I've took into custody or took into evidence a green leafy substance consistent in texture and color to marijuana. And then you send it to a lab. And in a drug case like that, as the officer, I would get up and say, I seized a green leafy substance consistent in texture and color to marijuana and odor to marijuana. And that's all I'm going to say. Well, you know, it was, I don't know. I'm not a chemist. I did not run any analysis on it. I have no idea if it's actually marijuana, but I'm just saying it was consistent with all of the elements. And then I'm going to get off the witness stand. Then there's going to be a chemist that's going to be there that I actually, as an officer, sent it to the lab to be analyzed. And they're going to tell you, by molecule, this absolutely is marijuana. They can tell you this. I can't tell you that. I'll go back to the stem and all the things that he was saying about describing this debris that was on there as if he knew what it was. Is that a stem? A stem to what? Apple stem? What kind of stem is it? He shouldn't be testifying to any of that. I'm surprised that the defense didn't capitalize on this. Like, well, how much training have you had in botany or whatever discipline it would be that could tell you what that debris was there? I saw insects. I saw things that I think you'd normally see on a windowsill. I don't think they proved that she came in that window. But I will say this.
No, I don't think so either.
I think it's telling that the defense didn't dive into that. I suspect they are going to bring. I suspect they're going to put the defendant on the witness stand, and when the witness does that, they expose themselves to answer all these questions. So that very well may be the window she got in. I don't think she used a pry bar though.
Yeah, I'd like to hear her. I want to hear her testimony just because that's sticking in my craw. It's like the pee under the mattress, right? Where it's just bothering me about that. And I agree too that this was probably the best testimony the defense has had so far. You know, it didn't really help on kind of a personal level of how you perceive the officer. It's like he was constantly smiling. I think that was just his normal facial expression, but it was a little weird. You know,
he's probably a pleasant guy. I was surprised.
Oh yeah,
his resume there that he'd work on a. And I say when you work in a narcotics task force, man, you're going to get beat down with Fourth Amendment. You're going to get beat down on how to testify. You're going to get beat down on what you can and cannot say about. I found cocaine. Well, no, you didn't found cocaine. You found a white chalk-like substance that appeared to be cocaine, and you send it to the lab for further analysis. So there's a lot of things that I'm really surprised on all these officers that I'm not seeing there out of the great state of Minnesota. A little disappointed, actually.
How big of an area is this? They keep talking about Detroit Lakes. How big? Like I'd be kind of curious as to how big of a city this is. Is it a small town? Because
I would tell you if they had 2 officers on duty, it's probably a moderately sized town, but not like a Minneapolis. So I would say 2 officers, you're 10,000 or less in the city. So but you also have a county backup there, so there's plenty of law enforcement.
When you say they have plenty of training, is that across the board, or is that more like you're offered more training in the cities, I would expect, than like a small town, right? Small, moderate town. Or is that completely across the board?
Well, there are plenty of programs out there that are funded by the federal government and state governments that provide training for free. Like when you join, when you're working narcotics, there are programs that allow you to go to Quantico. I've been to Quantico for training. There are a lot of classes that in fact, you're able to do a lot of classes when you work narcotics because you're called non-essential. They don't need you to shag calls to cover a 24-hour shift. So there are days like, well, we can miss 2 guys, send them to school. So you do get a lot more training on these non-essential portions. But the training dollar is not the biggest issue when it comes to patrolmen and even detectives. It's the time away, because you have only you've got to cover every hour on the clock, 24/7, every day, Thanksgiving, every holiday. You've got to have coverage. So when you have to let somebody off because you can't give them training while they're, answering calls, and that's ridiculous. So you have to give them time off to do it. And that's one of the bigger issues with a smaller department, because they don't have, like in the department I worked at, wasn't a small one, but wasn't one of the largest out there, a good moderate size, solid department. I think 130 sworn officers when I was there, and I think they're larger now. But what you were able to do is, like, if you wanted to send, when it was time for patrolmen to start running through their classes and doing continuing education, you would see people from CID, Criminal Investigations Division, put on a uniform and take a shift. So you have these personnel that you're able to move around to make this happen. In a smaller department where you've got 1 or 2 detectives and you're running a 2-man 24-hour patrol. If you're running a 2-man 24-hour patrol on 12-hour shifts, which they are, I heard them talking about it, working 6 to 6. That means that you have, just to cover your shifts in a full week period, you need 6 officers. You got to have 6 standing to be able to make the coverage. If somebody's sick, and then you're short, so you'll always have a couple of extra. But usually they'll have 3 shifts ready to go, and that's a day and a night shift. So my point is that this department doesn't have a lot, but what I'm telling you is that some of the stuff that they're doing on the stand doesn't take a lot of training, just doesn't. So I'm shocked. I'm shocked a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with his testimony or his picture taking skills.
I think
look, there's a spec.
Yeah.
He was detailed to a degree, but it was there was no, like, kind of, for lack of a better term, smoking gun.
He was
right
detailed on stuff that he can't talk about, like that's a stem. Is it a stem? What is that? Can you look at it and tell what it is? I can't. Not with certainty that I'm going to testify in court with. Now, I can give you my opinion out on the street. Yeah, it looks like maybe a stem to a leaf or something, probably a maple leaf, but who knows?
Right.
But I will say that I don't see, and that may be the window she came in. Very well, maybe. She may get on the witness stand. Yeah, I come into that window, it was unlocked. I didn't use a pry bar. I just went in. But I don't see pry marks like he's saying. And if you've got tool marks on an exterior window, how long do you think that window's been in that house, right? Probably more than 10 years. So it's been exposed to the elements, rocks and other things, life happening around that window. And you're going to tell me that these tiny little marks here are evidence of something? It's evidence of what you don't know. You don't know what that is evidence of. And I think it's amateurish, honestly, for the prosecutor and law enforcement to even get on the stand and make these comments.
Yeah, they should have thrown out the crowbar, like, completely, really. Because if you think about it, it was unnecessary. You don't know when that crowbar got there. I mean, that woman found the crowbar like a couple days later, right?
I think some hours later, during daylight hours, same day, but it was sometime later, yes.
But she doesn't know when the crowbar was put there. There's no way to know that unless the primary person, the one, what's her name, Nicole, says, I brought the crowbar with me. They have no way of knowing how that crowbar got there, who put it there. Maybe someone tried to pry the window 4 weeks ago or something. Maybe it wasn't even Nicole, I mean, it's kind of there's nothing really, it's unnecessary, and there's nothing really tying it to the burglary itself. There's no definitive proof of that, unless, I guess, if they get fingerprints off of it or something.
They didn't get fingerprints, so they would have talked about it already if they had.
Yeah,
I think that I think that the prosecution should have said, "Hey, We got this crowbar here. We're not able to put that to anything. We don't know if it had anything to do with the burglary or not. Here's some pictures of it. Here's the officer that found it. Yeah, see how he picked it up with his hands. We don't know anything more about this. We're showing it to you, and that's it, and move on. You don't need it to prove. Remember, the elements are that you went inside a home for the purpose of committing another crime, in this case, theft. Evidently she's got a laptop from inside the home in a bag, and she was trying to shove out the window. I think all the elements of the crime are met. I don't know why they went down this road, and I'm pretty sure it had something to do with, we've got this crowbar we can't really explain, so let's try to explain it. And this is what happens when you try to explain shit in a courtroom.
Well, and all of the dirt in there, if she was trying to shove that bag from, I mean, that could have come off the bottom of the bag. Like if she set it down or something and then was trying to shove it from the inside to the out, then, I mean, that doesn't show entry or anything. You have no idea where it comes from, where the dirt comes from or anything.
No, you don't. And the thing is, speculation on the stand is that's not where you want to speculate. Mr.
Right.
Mayhem has a question. He said, what's the best method used to help with memory when it comes to cases you would have to recall on the stand? That starts during your investigation. You write everything down. You'll have your field notes, which is in a notebook, and then you'll have your official report. And these days you have body-worn camera, you have recording devices. Before I testify, I go through the entire case again. I don't rely upon memory. And here's the thing about that. When this works is that you have to write everything down, even things you're not sure that are important. You have to write everything down, whether it's in your notebook. Let's say I'm doing this investigation and I get the crowbar. I don't know what the hell this crowbar is. It's a crowbar. It's found there. Sure, I don't know when it was left. I can't tie it to the subject. So it would be there. And then I would make that mention in my report. Or maybe I don't, but it would still be in my written note, my notes, that I'm able to go back and review. But before you get on the witness stand, you got homework to do. You need to go back and review this. I've gone to testify in cases that were more than a year old, sometimes 2 years back, that I remember it, but I don't remember all of it. So it's going to take me going back and reviewing my case file, going back and reviewing my notes and any audio video evidence that's included with that. Before I get on the witness stand. I didn't see that in these cases, or I saw them. This could be a case of where they just didn't take good notes. I don't know. I'm disappointed.
I think it's more that. I mean, he was way overly detailed with so many specs, but he's not really. His testimony didn't really tie it all together. It was just,
well, he's got a picture.
Hey, I found a spec. I'm taking a picture of it. I mean, you do have to be very detailed, but
that very well could have been. Just look at these photographs I took, and what about these specs? Well, I found those. You don't know what's important until it is. I took photographs of them, but I was unable later through further investigation or some sort of analysis. I was unable to tie this in or make any heads or tails of it. So here it is. I don't know what it means.
Exactly.
That should have been the testimony. And
exactly.
What I talked about it yesterday is that a police officer should be the uninterested third party when he gets on the stand. He's not helping the defense. He's not helping the prosecution. I'm just here to tell you what happened and what I know. And he doesn't know that that's a stem. He doesn't know that those are tool marks. He doesn't know if that's the point of entry. But yet he sat on the stand for almost 45 minutes and speculated. This shouldn't happen. I think it's poor police work.
Well, and I think it isn't in the onus on either the prosecutor or the defense to object to that speculation or to point out that, yeah, it's speculation. And they didn't really do a good job of doing that.
I think the defense has got, I won't say it's a good trap, but he's got something up his sleeve. There's a reason he didn't dive into this guy. Any other defense attorney would have dived into and asked him how much time he spent as an arborist. Oh, well, no, never. Oh, so when you said stem, how do you know that's a stem? How do you know when it got there? I don't know. Were there bugs on that windowsill? He would have been a whole bunch of knows because he can't answer any of those questions. But typically that's what you'll see out of a defense attorney, and they love doing it to cops when cops get up there and act stupid. But he didn't. He held back, which tells me that there's something about this window. I won't say this officer. There's something about this window that he's going to spring on when the defense has a chance to put their case on. Remember, these are all prosecutor witnesses. Every case, every witness that we've heard so far is there for the prosecution to tell its story, to put on its case. So they're there to benefit the prosecution, the state. We haven't seen a witness yet called that's there to benefit the defense, because the defense hasn't gone yet. But I was curious the fact that he didn't pounce on this guy. I'm telling you, defense attorneys will. Even if they know they're going to lose the trial, they're going to try to make a fool out of the officer on the stand, because it could set somebody off in the jury. It's like, you know what? I just don't like cops, and I don't like this guy, and this whole thing's wrong. I'm not going to convict no matter what. Maybe get a hung jury. This is what the defense is looking for. So him not capitalizing on some low-hanging fruit, I was surprised, which tells me that he's got another tactic up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if he's going to show. Wasn't there a comment yesterday about through text? It may have been by the commentators, but that Nicole was claiming that through text and all, she could see that the woman had Alzheimer's and blah blah blah. So I really think when she gets on the stand, it's going to become a game of showing how incompetent that woman is.
Sure, but remember, you see, the course goes with the prosecution. The prosecution gets to ask questions, and then it goes to the defense. Everything that was opened up by the prosecution, the defense gets to cross-examine, and then it'll go back to redirect, which is direct questioning by the prosecution. Then it goes back to re-examine. So the prosecution will get a bite at the apple of everything that Nicole. Yes. And remember, you're right. Your Fifth Amendment right kind of goes out the window when you sit on the stand. You agree to tell the truth, the whole truth, help you God by reason of perjury. Now, you can say, I'll take the fifth on the stand, but if you're getting on the stand, that doesn't help you much, does it?
No, there would be no point, really, right? You wouldn't want to go up and remind a jury of, hey, I'm being quiet because what I say could make me guilty.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you the real story here because I'm trying not to be found guilty in this case. You know, you're correct. So, and that's why you'll see, or you hear a lot of attorneys say, you just never get on the witness stand, never testify, make the statement. And I agree with this, actually. You're exposing yourself to questions that you may not want to answer in direct examination. I mean, cross-examination for the witness is going to be tough. So I'm curious to see if that happens. That will make this whole trial worth watching if she gets on the stand. And I don't see the defense not putting her up there if they're actually going to put up a defense. Now, they could fold at the end saying, hey, the state's pretty strong. We're just exposing her to more bullshit by putting her up there, and the state rest. Because the defense rest. Because the defense doesn't have to put on any witnesses. They don't have to call one. They don't have to do anything. It's all on the state. The burden is on the state to prove.
I think I think them putting her on the stand will be a mistake, but I think because it would show the grasping at straws. She's going to get up there and she's going to be like, well, I had this experience, or I had this experience, or I have this text. But none of it is really proof that the woman was incompetent or that she had those worries. If she has something from her father saying you can have this.
Let me ask you, though. If the woman is incompetent, and let's say she has property that belongs to you that she said she's going to give you, does that give you a right to break in the house at 4 a.m?
No.
Right. So it doesn't matter if the woman's incompetent.
Right.
Legally.
I think they'll go to the feelings, though. They'll go to that kind of thing because they don't really have any proof. I mean, look at her walking around the house after she found an intruder, and she had her wherewithal. There was no. Maybe towards the very end, I saw the anxiousness kind of coming into play, but that was about it.
My house at 4 a.m. I'm anxious. Yeah, I get that. I didn't see any true signs of dementia. I'll tell you what I don't see. I don't see out of Mitchell having a lot of. I don't think the jury's going to be sympathetic. I just don't think, and that's what the defense is going to. So far, it looks like it's what they're relying upon is that the jury becomes sympathetic for the defendant, giving some slack to her. But I don't think she comes across as sympathetic. I don't think she comes across as sympathetic with this all black garb on and ball cap on her. I mean, a crew cap on her head. She doesn't appear to be sympathetic. She's she's only sympathetic for herself that she got caught and that she's in the position that she's in. I don't think that that's going to help her. I just don't think that defense is going to fly. I don't think that the jurors will view her as a sympathetic defendant.
No, I don't. I agree with you. And I think her being like kind of, yeah, I did it, and but I was blah blah blah. But her admittance to it, and like when you saw that clip of her in the jail and all, she really strikes me as, I know I did something just asinine and stupid, and like she's still in shock that how could I have done that type of thing? Like how could I be so damn dumb, So that was the impression I kind of got. She, even when she was like, "I'm a military commander," that could have gone either way. Either she was being arrogant, maybe she was a little bit, but I think that was more a self-admonishment.
Let me ask you: can you hear the audio from the video now?
I can.
That is so weird. I've got it muted.
Mr.
Yep. I hear their microphone.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last
I think
name.
we're going back to court.
Pamela Colleen Muxfeld. Last name is capital M-U-X, F as in Frank, E-L-D-T.
Ms. Muxfield, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in first grade.
Just tell me where that hair got done. That's what I want to know. Where'd you get that hair did?
Ms. Muxfield, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
I'm pretty sure that's
Carol
weird.
is my aunt on my mom's side of the family.
Your mother's sister?
Yes.
And what is your mother's name?
Dolores
Muxfeld?
Lindholm.
Lindholm. Are you aware how many siblings are in Carol Mitchell's family?
Yes, there's 6. Or there was 6.
Is Carol Mitchell also your godmother?
She is.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Since I was born.
I'm not going to ask you your age. Ms. Muxfield, at some point, were you asked to take on a role for Carol Mitchell?
I was asked to become her power of attorney like in May of 23.
You were obviously present and aware when Rod Mitchell passed away?
Yes, I wasn't present, but I was notified right away.
I'm sorry, but you were aware of the grieving and such?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, if you know, what led to Carol Mitchell asking you to become power of attorney?
After Rod's passing, Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping her to put the affairs in order. And so she just felt that it was being deceitful and they were trying to find out more than they wanted to do. And she wanted somebody else to take over that role. So she had reached out to my mother and asked her, and she told her that she was too old to take on that part and that I would be a good fit for that. So Carol reached out to me and asked me if I would be willing to help her. And I said I would do whatever I needed to do to make her feel comfortable and to put things in order.
And so that appointment as power of attorney was formalized?
Yes, and I believe it was like in early June that year in 23.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advise her on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, and just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when, she's been stressed or, things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Okay. Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable. She felt threatened. She was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99.
Mhm.
We need to.
Your Honor.
Can we delete? There we go.
Let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the.
Are you asking to?
Well, I was
Show the
asking to
exhibit?
show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
Correct. And so, but I think you need to give direction then once you're making that request to show the witness one more time.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
When you clear yours then, sir. All right, let's back up one step. If you can start with that. Again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope.
All right. We're gonna have to work through this this technology issue. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so Ms. Muxfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. Yeah, you restart, but don't, yeah, go ahead. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we have you go back to the.
All right, this is a maybe about a 6 to 7 minute break that we're heading into here while the court in Becker County resolves a technical issue in displaying evidence, in displaying the.
Yeah, folks, we're going to leave it on the live news feed until this comes back and think of whatever it is that's sorted out. We'll hear what these guys have to say.
Testimony has resumed. Again, we are on a 10-minute delay, so we know that that testimony is resumed, but there is a period of time here where they are fixing that. Now, this is Pam Muxfeld of Fergus Falls. She is the niece of Carol Mitchell, testified that her mother and Carol Mitchell are sisters, and that at some point after the death of Rod Mitchell, that's Nicole Mitchell's father, that she had asked Pam to become the power of attorney and testified to the extent that there were some issues. Rod Mitchell didn't leave a will, so the probate issues of dealing with the estate became, a little bit messier there, and had asked her to become power of attorney because she was uncomfortable with Nicole, and that Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping put affairs in order, but she just felt it was being deceitful. So there was certainly some distrust of Nicole and Rod's sisters, that side of the family, in this process of trying to get the affairs in order.
Yeah, and then it was interesting to hear the niece, in essence, testify that when her godmother, Carol Mitchell, would have exchanges with Nicole, that she felt uncomfortable, that she felt scared.
Yeah, said she felt threatened. Carol would feel uncomfortable, feel threatened in her exchanges with Nicole Mitchell after the passing of Roderick Mitchell. So again, this sounds, again, much of this is in the wake of a family member's death.
Correct.
Where there is no will. And then it becomes sort of like, what we saw to a huge extent after the passing of Prince and the extensive court hearings there, where various family members are all trying to figure out what we do with the estate. This is certainly a very small version of that compared to that. But this is what's occurring in the wake of the death is maybe some confusion. And then when you add into that the decline of Carol Mitchell in terms of the beginning stages of Alzheimer's and how that plays into it, but it just sounds like it became a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's an estate attorney I've worked with on some stories, and just kind of the Fox 9 news reporter guy, and he had reached out this morning, having observed the trial, and I actually had consulted him years ago on the Prince estate, but he said this could be a good opportunity. For a news outlet to kind of discuss why an estate plan is so important. So before someone passes, that everything is clearly spelled out and it doesn't create these difficulties. Because what we're watching unfold on television here is really a breakdown of a family, patriarch.
Yep.
And then you're seeing the offshoots, the difficult conversations, the feeling of uncomfortability.
Yeah.
You have, Nicole Mitchell, we know she had a beloved relationship with her dad.
Yeah.
But it's a stepmother situation, and the stepmom is going to get everything in the estate based on however the probate played out. So
and that based on she said that Rod had told her prior to his death that she would get everything, and then after she passed, then it would be split again. But testimony too about how when they interned his ashes, Nicole Mitchell and others weren't there. They were not able to attend. And so you see the breakdown in the family relationships and what this leads to, and how it led up to this date in April of last year, where Nicole Mitchell was found inside the home and led to felony charges here. We're going to take a quick break. No break? No break. Oh, how much time do we have then until we go back? We got two and a half minutes for those watching before we get back into the testimony of Pam Muxfeld.
And we were talking, just looking at our list as we come to understand it, and we've been monitoring all the filings, that we do think the state is now down to at least maybe the final two witnesses in Muxfeld, and then two others, right? We have the lead investigator.
Investigator Chad Glander of Detroit Lakes Police. The police chief, Stephen Todd, is also on the list, and again, you get a list, that doesn't mean they call everybody on that list.
Right.
Although of the 12 that I found through court documents, they are now on the 9th witness so far.
Carol's biological son, who she reconnected with,
is left, as well as Investigator Glander and Police Chief Todd are the three remaining on the list that I put together.
So what I'm just getting at is we are sort of getting down towards the end of the state case here.
Which means it could very much wrap up the prosecution side today. Their schedule is to go through Friday.
Yeah, that's what they told jurors.
It very much could be the resting of the prosecution case yet today, and the defense could start later today or start tomorrow. and closing arguments could be Friday. I mean, this is sort of the way it's playing out.
No, that is the way it's moving. And again, we're experiencing technical issues in the courtroom.
Yeah.
They've been figured out. We've got about a minute before we can go back to live cover, tape delayed coverage.
Yeah.
But
what we'll expect to hear from Pam Muxfelt then, based on the court documents about what she would testify to, is, you hear about Carol's concerns, which led to making her niece the power of attorney, right, but also some conversations and then text messages between her and Carol, and I believe between her and Nicole Mitchell as well, that may add some more context to what was happening in this relationship and maybe go towards the motive of why Nicole Mitchell did what she did on that night.
And then so much of it obviously will come down to what the defendant says, presuming she does take the witness stand. You talk about how it's a linear process, the trial. So we can only know kind of what's happening in each silo each day, but eventually Nicole may be able to explain, at least from her perspective, what all of this is all about.
Yeah, and was she there to check on her stepmother, as the defense says, or was she there to take things from the home, as the prosecution says, and even as she has said in her own words on body camera video? All right, we're going to go back now to court in Becker County with the testimony of Pam Muxfelt, the niece of Carol Mitchell, about their relationships here between Carol and Nicole and Pam and both of them as well.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'll have you retake the witness stand again. Watch your step on the way up. And Ms. Muxfeld, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
All right. Mr. McDonald, you may inquire.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to back up a few steps here. Do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
How long have you known Ms. Mitchell?
I first met her when Carol and Rod first met, before they were married. And so we knew of her. I mean, she was around for some holidays, or if they came to town and things like that, for family events.
So you've known her quite a while.
Yes.
In the months leading up to April 2024, did Ms. Nicole Mitchell ever reach out or communicate with you?
She reached out to me in, I believe it was like in May or early June of 23, after her father had passed.
Would that have been your last conversation with her of substance?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you're not particularly close with Nicole Mitchell?
We are not close, no.
Moving forward to 2024, did Nicole Mitchell have any contact with you about concerns over Carol Mitchell's health?
Not in 24. When she reached out to me in May of 23, she did.
May or June?
May or June timeline.
But nothing in 2024?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell reach out to you after her home was broken into?
Yes, the morning of.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99. Sorry. Do you recognize exhibit 98?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit 98 is without reading anything specific?
It was just a text message to me from Carol with some concerns again that she had after having contact with Nicole.
Okay. And Exhibit 99?
Yep, that would be the last part of it.
Is it accurate to say this is 2 photographs of a lengthier text message?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate photograph of that message as it existed on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 98 and 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 98 and 99 are received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish 98 and 99 at this time.
You may.
Ms. Muxfeld, first of all, can you tell us the date that you received this?
Sunday, June 25th.
Do you know the year?
It was probably 2023.
This would have been
Hang on a second, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Muxfeld, if you could speak up and just a little bit closer, you don't need to be right into the mic, but if you could speak up, you're coming across a little soft-spoken.
Okay. It would have been in 2023.
There's no doubt in your mind this message was before Carol Mitchell's home was broken into.
Correct.
So we're talking about the summer of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Could you read this message? And if you need me to zoom in, please let me know.
Hi, Pam. I am so worried. Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think. That hearing on July 5th is supposed to be virtual, but I am going to call my lawyer tomorrow to see if maybe I and you, if you can, be in the lawyer's office to watch it. I don't care if she gets that CD of Rod's, and there are 2 checks from Rod's sister's Lori that passed away from her estate. Nick can have them, but the house and everything else is mine, and she will have to.
And next, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 99.
You may.
Okay. Can you please resume the remainder of the message that's shown on this text?
Everything else is mine, and she will have to wait till I die for anything from that, but I am scared. She has gotten so greedy.
So Ms. Muxfeld, would it be accurate to say that as far back as June 2023, Carol Mitchell was concerned about Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell ever relay any conversations to you about her biological son, Jonathan, and possible inheritance?
Yes.
Can you describe that conversation?
When I first met with Carol to go to her attorney's office to become her power of attorney, the will and everything was already taken care of, and it was just more so the finalizing it and signing it and getting those matters into place. And at that time, she had in her will, everything would be left half to Jonathan and half to Nicole.
Did Carol Mitchell ever relay to you any conversations that she had with Nicole Mitchell about that arrangement?
She voiced some frustrations that it was commented that since Jonathan wasn't her biological, or since he was her biological son that she had given up for adoption, that he shouldn't get anything.
Those were Nicole Mitchell's statements as relayed to you by Carol Mitchell?
Yes. And it was mentioned on numerous times.
And fast forwarding to mid-April 2024, again, just to be clear, did Nicole Mitchell ever contact you or inform you that she was coming to check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Muxfeld.
Good morning.
Ms. Muxfeld, when did Carol Mitchell get her own will?
I believe those proceedings started right after Rod had passed. that they had made up the new one. Whether she had one before that, I was not aware.
Okay. And let's draw a distinction, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
There were proceedings related to Rod's estate. Are you saying there was a separate legal procedure at Carol Mitchell's attorney's office to create a will?
I just know that one was being created to update the will so that Rod's name wasn't on it. I don't know if there was one prior to that with both of them on there. I never saw any of that.
Okay.
I was just with her when the new one was getting done.
Okay. And that was after you became Carol Mitchell's power of attorney?
Correct. I think that was in early June when I was up there the first time,
Okay.
23.
But it's your testimony that Carol Mitchell does have a will,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Roderick Mitchell, however, did die without a will. That's your understanding?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you lawyer questions. You can answer only what you know.
Yep.
But is it your understanding that Roderick Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were legally married?
Yes.
And so when Roderick Mitchell died without a will, I mean, she was the widow. She was the surviving spouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw a document, whether a will or even a handwritten note from Roderick Mitchell about the idea that anybody but Carol Mitchell would get his money when he was gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so whatever was going to happen with Roderick Mitchell's estate without a will was kind of going to be up to the court process or the court system. Is that your understanding?
I guess I always understood that if they were married and something happened with him, it would automatically become the spouse, which in this case would have been Carol.
Of course. Very good. Ms. Muxfeld, I want to ask you about the window of time from March of 2023 until April of 2024. And so really we're talking about when Rod Mitchell passes to the incident in April 2024, okay?
Okay.
During that window of time, did you escort or attend any of Carol Mitchell's medical appointments?
I did not.
I understand you are Carol Mitchell's power of attorney and have been since May of 2023. Did you ever become involved in paying Carol Mitchell's bills?
No. She takes care of that.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in what charities she supported or what money she may have sent to anybody else?
No. Look,
And you had testified that you helped Carol Mitchell move out of the house, but that would have happened after April of 2024, correct?
correct. It was in May.
Okay. And just so we're 100% clear, that happened after the incident that we're talking about here?
Yes.
All right. Your mother is Dolores Lindholm, is that true?
Correct.
And normally, and you correct me if I'm wrong, she would go by D or people would call her D? Okay. Ms. Muxfeld, did you ever suggest to Nicole Mitchell or to anyone else that when Carol Mitchell was not able to take care of herself, that she could live with your mother D?
Yes.
And your mother, Dee, is in fact older than Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement that at least at some points in their lives, your mother, Dee, and Carol Mitchell were not always close?
They've gone back and forth with different things, yes.
And in May of 2023, I believe it was your testimony that it was determined your mother, Dolores Lindholm, was actually probably too old to be Carol Mitchell's power of attorney.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what she had told Carol.
Okay. So it's your understanding that your mother actually told Carol Mitchell that your mother was too old. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. The impression that you got from Carol Mitchell leading up to your becoming power of attorney was that Nicole Mitchell and her aunts on her side were being deceitful. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that perceived or actual deceitfulness was about like money and things of that nature?
I think that Carol felt like they weren't being honest with her, and she felt like things were being taken out of the house when Rod passed, and they were there to help with things and questions, and she just felt like everyone was doing everything behind her back and not letting her make decisions or do things that she was capable of doing.
Okay. Had you been present for any of the conversations between Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell?
No.
And you talked about how Carol Mitchell became uncomfortable with, I think it was the text messages and phone calls that she got from Nicole Mitchell. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was she talking about the text messages and phone calls she got from Nicole Mitchell in the context of feeling that was deceitful?
I think she always felt threatened, and she was scared because it was always asking things, or like she was trying to take over things, wanted her to come down there and live with her, and she wasn't ready to make those moves, and she just felt like she was not being able to make her own decisions for what she wanted to do.
Yeah. Now, this is my word, not yours, and not Carol's. Was it your perception that she felt badgered by Nicole Mitchell about this stuff?
Yes.
Like it was a lot coming from Nicole
Yes.
Mitchell? Okay. You recall your last exchange with Nicole Mitchell was it sometime in the summer of 2023?
I believe it was in May of 23.
Okay.
Ballparkish. I know it was after Rod's passing, and so she had called me one day and had some concerns about Carol and her health.
And that's a long time ago, but how long do you think that phone call was?
I'd probably say 10, 15 minutes,
Okay.
maybe.
After Nicole Mitchell made that call to you, and I think you said that the two of you really haven't historically been close?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to follow up with Carol Mitchell's physicians about those concerns?
I didn't follow up with her doctors with it. I guess I just took my own take on it from dealing with her and being around her and seeing how her actions were, that I didn't have those same concerns.
Had you, did you following that call, sort of check on Carol Mitchell's living situation, maybe to sort of adapt the home situation to be safer for her?
We'd been up there quite a few times. We'd been in contact with her and different things, and I never had any red flags that showed up. Like one of the conversations when we were talking was things were like in a disarray or things like that, and I didn't see that. The only part that was probably in a disarray was the back corner bedroom, which it emptied out a hutch and put everything into boxes. So that room was probably about the only one that was in a disarray. Everything else was just how Carol kept things.
Okay. So, but it would be a fair statement that after the call from Nicole Mitchell, you didn't really follow up with other people to corroborate or to check on those concerns.
I had reached out to her friend Lori and her neighbor Penny and things like that, and just asked, we've all been kind of watching over her, and just if things seem out of the ordinary or things of that sort, or any red flags, that we've all been in contact, and we haven't had those.
After Rod Mitchell's death, had anyone come to live with Carol Mitchell or stay with her on a regular basis?
No.
In your understanding, Ms. Muxfeld, who ended up with Rod Mitchell's estate?
Carol.
Okay. And by the time that process was completed, you were the power of attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And there was some talk in that text message, and we can pull it up if we need, but let's just go on memory, that there's something about Lori or Lori's money or something like that. Do you recall that?
Rod had a sister, Lori, that passed away.
Uh-huh.
And from my understanding with Carol, that there was some checks that were sent to her siblings that were given to them. And so to my understanding, that was from her, whether it was some life insurance or she was, sharing some of her, whatever she had in her estate or whatever.
Okay. And you may or may not know what the amount was, but was it your understanding that it was some thousands of dollars?
I don't remember what the total was talked about, but I want to think there was a couple of checks for like $10,000 each.
Okay. Was it your understanding that ultimately that money did in fact go to Carol Mitchell when the estate was all settled?
I believe so, because it was Rod's that would go to Carol as a survivor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, you referenced a couple names a moment ago, Lori and Penny. Do you know their full names?
Nope.
Can you tell us who those individuals would be?
Penny is Carol's neighbor right next door. They've lived next door to each other for many, many years. So they've always talked in the backyards and stuff like that. And then her friend Lori has been a good friend of hers for many years. I think they live like by Cormorant or something, but they've been very close for many, many years.
Okay, so would it be accurate that these two individuals are part of Carol Mitchell's social group?
Yes,
Okay. Friends?
yes, very close.
Ms. Muxfeld, are you aware if Carol Mitchell has any delinquent bills at this current time?
I don't believe so.
You are aware and she doesn't, or you're not aware?
I'm not aware that she has any, but usually she has said if she's gotten anything that she's called about, like if she's gotten something that doesn't look like an invoice. Like there was a magazine one time, and she's like, "Is this her invoice?" I said, "No, it's a fake one."
Are you aware if Carol Mitchell is subject to any collection type actions currently?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would she run these type of things by you if she had questions?
Yep. Yes.
Are you aware of Carol Mitchell being scammed out of any money to date?
Not that I'm aware of.
If she had concerns, do you believe she would, again, run them by you?
Yes.
Well, now, Ms. Muxfeld, you are the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
Does that power of attorney give you access to her medical records?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever accessed her medical records?
I have not.
Are you aware of any other individual who would have the right to access Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No.
Was that a no?
That's a no. Yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Inkster.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Muxfeld, again, by the point that Roderick Mitchell's estate was being dealt with in the court system, you were the power of attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that Carol Mitchell had failed to pay before the finalization of that estate?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that had to be discharged after the finalization of that estate because Carol Mitchell failed to pay them?
No.
Okay. You testified as to access to Carol Mitchell's medical records. You also have access to her financial records.
Correct.
When is the last audit you conducted of Carol Mitchell's financial records?
We met with Wells Fargo. Trying to think, see, I'd say early this spring. We were in contact with them and went back through things.
Spring of 2025.
Correct.
Okay. Speaking of her medical records, of Carol Mitchell's medical records, you did and have been aware of Carol Mitchell's diagnosis for Alzheimer's.
Correct.
And I'm not intending to ask you any details, but do you have any other family members, friends, or close personal acquaintances in your life who have dealt with Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Okay, so you are familiar with the progression of that disease?
Yes, I took care of my mother-in-law for 5 years.
And you understand that people with Alzheimer's can present in very different ways from your own experience?
Correct.
Sometimes people with Alzheimer's can appear extremely lucid and sharp.
Yep.
And in fact, Carol Mitchell has, it's my opinion, you tell me what you think, has, I think, a very elegant and refined voice and way of speaking about things.
She does, yes.
But that doesn't actually mean she always tracks everything that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
I think she has times where she's more flustered, so it seems progressively worse when it's not.
So it's your testimony that, your opinion, it's not really progressively worse for Carol.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disease that's not going to go away, and we know we're going to see progression as it comes. I think stress and different things like that can cause days more of it. Then you see higher signs of it than the next day.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. No further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, since becoming power of attorney, do you feel like you've kept a close watch on Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
And are you aware of anything going on in her life on April 22nd, 2024 that would have required an emergent break-in to her home?
No.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Ms. Muxfeld, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
All right, we are continuing our coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell of Woodbury. This is going on in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. That was Pam Muxfeld, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, and is also the power of attorney. And she testified about her role in helping Carol Mitchell with her bills, etc., about her state in terms of dealing with Alzheimer's, but more importantly about her relationship with Nicole Mitchell and her perception, Carol's perceptions, that Nicole was being greedy here in trying to get money after Nicole's father, Rod, passed away.
And that's really was Carol's concern. We saw that one text message exchange. Again, this is between Carol and Pam, that witness.
Mm-hmm.
But the quote is, Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think.
Yeah.
That's in the aftermath of Rod's passing.
In a text message. From Carol to Pam.
Asking, there's some stuff going on with the probate at that point. Roderick, Nicole, the senator's father, has passed on. The probate proceedings are happening. They're at the lawyer's office. She asked Pam to come with her, concerned that, that Nicole's trying to take me to the cleaners and that she has gotten so greedy. So you get a sense, of, how this case plays out, and the defense painting this as a caring, concerned, passionate stepdaughter who's checking in on a loved one who's got this deteriorating health condition. But now there is this other side that's playing out on the other side of the family that is saying, whoa, this is not necessarily that caring, compassionate, concerned stepdaughter. This is someone's greedy who's upset about the estate.
Yeah.
That was some interesting testimony. I think they're laying the foundation that there was contention over maybe money, and that the victim was concerned long before this break-in incident that Nicole Mitchell, in her words, taking her to the cleaners. And a lot of this seems to be focused on, it seems like the prosecution is laying down that this has a financial rather than a sentimental motive, that there was a financial motive, that Nicole Mitchell believed that she should receive some portion of her late father's estate that she wasn't getting. So it's interesting. I see it as just foundation. It's interesting foundation work. It's an interesting testimony. I don't know that it moved the bubble either way for the jury on this, other than just reestablishing the fact that there is questioning the defense's theme, which is she was left with no alternative to get things that were rightfully hers, that were a sentimental value.
I actually felt that helped the prosecution quite a bit. It helped the prosecution quite a bit because there was a text early on. I wish he kind of held it for more towards the end to leave a punch with the jury. But there was a text early on in her testimony that was Carol exactly saying, they're gonna she's trying to get my money and da 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 da, right? And that hurt her. That hurt Nicole pretty big time, because it was like saying it wasn't unexpected, her behavior of this action.
Well, now remember, we had this laptop, which is the only thing that the state is saying came from the house. There was no flannel shirt in the bag or any of these other items. So you still have this laptop that when at the jail, remember on the body-worn cam, she was asked to open it up. She knew the password to get into the machine, but it had Carol's name on it. And that's when the police seized it from her and took it into evidence. But it hasn't been firmly established that this was a laptop taken from Carol Mitchell's home that night. I believe the defense has alluded to the fact that this was a laptop that was given to her by Carol at an earlier point, not that night, but at some point prior to this event, and that she was using it for her children. Now they've talked about it. We know that. Here's two things we know. We know that Nicole Mitchell had the password to get into that computer because she unlocked it in front of the officer on body-worn cam. We didn't really see what came up on the screen, but he did ask her immediately, why is Carol Mitchell's name on that? She didn't really have an answer for it. And I'm going to touch 3 points on this that I think are interesting about the laptop in particular. It had Carol's name on it, but Nicole Mitchell did have the password to it. So you could go either way on the story. But I will go back to the initial body-worn cam when she's sitting in the back of the police car and first asked about the 2 computers. She said, I can tell you about one. But Mitchell just did not want to talk about the second one at all. Nicole Mitchell didn't want to talk about the second laptop that was in that bag. She just danced around it. I can tell you about one. And we do know that one of those, there were 2 laptops found in the backpack. One absolutely was Nicole Mitchell's. I've heard Little Bird tell me that it was actually her state-issued laptop for being a senator. So this was no doubt her laptop that was just in her bag. She took it with her for whatever reason. But the second laptop, if in fact that second laptop was taken that night, and the state can show this or provide evidence of this that's convincing anyway, that the laptop did belong to Carol Mitchell and was in the house that night and was something that Carol Mitchell had taken or intended to take that night when she committed the burglary. Then I think, I'm sorry, yes, Nicole Mitchell intended to take that laptop. I think that lays down the foundation that this wasn't about a flannel shirt. This wasn't about pictures. This is about finances. If you've got the estate planning in modern day world today, where is your estate planning information at? Where's your portal access to see how much is in your account? For most people, it's on a phone or it's on a computer, right?
Right. Well, okay. So remember when they showed the video of like the body cam, Carol had said that she had 2 laptops. And she went to look for them, and she couldn't. She was getting flustered right there. That was what I was talking about earlier. The adrenaline was kind of coming down, and you could tell her anxiety was popping up. But when sorry, I was getting a call. But she did say about the 2 laptops, and I kind of wonder if Nicole brought her laptop to maybe see if she could garner the information from the first laptop, like a connection to bring that information over to her laptop. That's the only thing I can think of why she would have her laptop there.
Well, let's say I saw the backpack. It was interesting. I have one exactly like it that I carry my laptop in. Let's just say I've got my laptop and then I grab this bag. Laptop kind of goes with her wherever she goes. So, I mean, that could be an explanation for that. I think the state would have to show some evidence they probably don't have that was her intention or motive there. The best I think the state could do at this point is to establish that, yes, Carol Mitchell was in possession of that laptop prior to the burglary and never gave it to Nicole, as Nicole claims. Now, remember, Nicole is claiming that she gave this laptop and she was going to use it for her children for video games, that it wasn't very good. It wasn't very up to date. It wasn't modern. and that there wasn't much more she could do with it. Now, why she's carrying the laptop back to the residence, I guess, is a question. I guess you could say the same thing. It was in my laptop bag, and I took my laptop bag to conduct this burglary. But would that change your opinion if the defense is able to show and establish that Carol Mitchell did give Nicole Mitchell this laptop and forgot about it?
Nope. No, I don't think that it doesn't, because I don't think that they can prove that. So I think that's a nonity.
What about a text message or something? Thank you for the laptop.
Okay, produce the text message. But Joe, if you borrow something from someone, do you drive an hour away, dress up all in black, put a sock on a flashlight, and break into their house at 1 o'clock in the morning to return it?
Well, it was 3.5 hours and 4 o'clock in the morning, but no, I agree with you. This is not correct. This is not what normal people or a reasonable person would do. But if that's the thing, then remember what the elements of the crime for burglary, what it is. The state has to establish that you entered a home, whether you broke in, you busted a window, you picked a lock, or you found an unlocked door. You went into a home that you did not have a right to be in with the intention of committing another crime. Theft, in this case, is what they're saying. So if the laptop in the bag that was pushed through the window wasn't theft, that was rightfully given to her, and they could establish this, and I'm guessing with, say, a text message or some other means. The defense is laying on this pretty hard, by the way. They're laying on the fact that she forgets things. She says she'll give you things, and then she forgets, and you show up to get them. She says, no, I never told you that. And this is why Nicole Mitchell showed up at the house at 4 a.m. to get the flannel shirt and the photographs that she says that she'd been promised. But every time she shows up to get, she's turned away, saying, I've never said that. I believe this is the crutch of the defense's case. So if you can take the laptop out of an item that was stolen, would that change the burglary? Would it now just be trespassing?
No. And I'll tell you why. Because the video earlier, Nicole Mitchell was recorded as saying, I didn't have time. Like they had asked her, did you do this? And she was like, no, I didn't have time. So she didn't have time because the cops showed up. Because she was caught.
Yeah, I think the body-worn cam does not help Nicole Mitchell. I think the other thing that the state can establish is that she admitted their intention was to take, let's say you go into just to take a flannel shirt. It's not a very expensive item. It wouldn't be considered a high crime if you stole someone's flannel shirt. It'd still be a theft, though. So I think that establishes burglary, just for the fact that she admitted that her intention was to go in and take these items. Whether she took them or not doesn't matter. It's the intention. Remember, the law reads, enter a structure meant for overnight habitation with the intent to steal something. Doesn't matter the value of the theft.
Well, let me ask you this, Joe. From what you've heard so far, if you were on that jury and had to make a decision, what would you say? Guilty or not?
I would have to convict her. I can't get past the fact, and the totality of all the evidence that we've seen so far, and what we've seen with our own eyes, the body-worn cam, with the way that she had planned this. She took snacks, and she had sugar for coffee. She parked the car around the corner. She drives 3.5 hours unannounced. She goes in, not through like knocking on the door. Hey, I'm here to get something. She sneaks into the house. However she gets there, I'm not sure if that's been established, but however she gets there, we know she was there. We saw it with our own eyes. We heard what she said when she was confronted as to the reason she was there. And after being read her rights, she continued on to say that I wanted a flannel shirt. I wanted these pictures. I say that the elements have been met, that this is absolutely a burglary. So it's going to be curious to see how the defense is going to try to shift this. And I heard the commentators say that they've got this scheduled out till Friday. And maybe 2 more witnesses for the state. Both of those, I think the state will probably be done today. I'm hoping done early enough we will get at least a first witness from the defense. but I don't see the defense having too many witnesses to call. They can pound on the fact that she has late stages Alzheimer's, as the defense claims. But even if she does, that almost makes it worse, doesn't it? That you're breaking into a house with someone who is diminished mental capacity to take items from them that they wouldn't give you otherwise.
I was talking on mute. Absolutely, it does. The sympathy, if they paint Carol to be deep in Alzheimer's, which we all saw that she was not, then really they're painting her as kind of a handicapped person, or a person with a disability is probably more appropriate, that Nicole's greed caused her to try and take advantage of. None of her excuse, none of this defense that I've seen so far, like, counters or makes Nicole look good in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no, and I agree with this, but I think that I think the state could flip this over, even without the greed part of it. Flip this over to say that if Nicole Mitchell had been successful, then I say she got in. And let's just say she took the flannel shirt and she took the photographs and left that night. Most likely, this crime would have never been reported if, in fact, Carol Mitchell is suffering from late stages of dementia. She wouldn't have remembered it. Maybe she thought she misplaced it. I mean, this happens with people that have this affliction. I think this makes it worse. I think it makes it worse that this is truly taking advantage of not only an elderly woman who's recently lost her husband of some years, and that's suffering from I keep saying dementia, but Alzheimer's. That's suffering from that, and that you're going to take advantage of her by sneaking in and taking things from her home. I think it's worse. I don't see the jury going not guilty on this one, to be honest.
Well, and I'll tell you, the the kind of a read between the lines thing, and I know you hate these kind of things, but something I noticed is the what was her name, Miss Marksome or something like that, the last one to testify, silver football helmet. She
that's a wig, right?
She said there that she'd taken care of her mother-in-law who had Alzheimer's for 5 years, right? And she was not living with Carol. She went over there occasionally, that type of thing, but she was not living with her, which really indicates it's not in deep stages Alzheimer's. Carol is able to live on her own. We saw the house and everything. The defense of she has Alzheimer's, so she forgot, versus deep Alzheimer, it's kind of ludicrous. I mean, you almost can't wrap your head around how silly it sounds.
Well, I think you get caught in that silly situation, then your defense is probably going to be silly too, right? I mean, think about it. How crazy is it to say that my stepmother from my my late father's has my late father's possessions, that I'm going to break in the house at 4 a.m, dressed in black, like looking like a burglar from the movies, and take these things. I just don't see where I don't see you having a good defense. I just don't. And I think the defense has to know this, right?
I would think so. That's what I was saying yesterday. Where did this lawyer come in? She must be friends with him, because I can't imagine a lawyer taking a case like this.
I promise you that there's at least been $20,000 exchanged between him and his client.
Oh, yeah.
He's more than happy to take this trial.
But they also don't want a loss on their record. That doesn't look good for them.
Nah, they don't care. Pay me.
But yeah, the whole thing just, the contentiousness between the two of them, Carol sending texts to whatever her name is, saying, Nicole's after my money, she's really coming after me, seeming to say that she's afraid of her, then that is not helping defense at all.
Let me ask you this. If you're the defense, how do you counter these text messages where Carol had, this is essentially a conversation between two parties that are not on trial.
Maybe maybe you attack the paranoia of Alzheimer's. That's not an uncommon characteristic of Alzheimer's, kind of like sundown syndrome.
Right.
Sundowners.
Her mental capacity is Carol's mental capacity is so diminished that you can't trust what she's saying. She may believe it, but it may not be true.
Right. I really just, I don't think they have a good defense at this point. It'll be interesting to see what the defense lawyer pulls out. If he gets doctors in there on the stand, that maybe a doctor could testify, common characteristics of Alzheimer's, even in early to mid stages. I just don't know. But breaking into someone's house to take something, if you feel it's yours, you take them to court. If you feel the property is yours, you take them to court. You don't break into the house. And a state assemblywoman, I would hope that she would follow the law more than anything. She's a state rep.
She's a lawmaker, maybe?
Yes. And I'm not saying, like every police officer, they can't possibly know every single law there is. I'm sure they have to look it up or, to get the charges. And they have the common ones they know, but obscure ones they might not. And that later on get put on as charges just to have tacked on charges. But but a lawmaker, come on, the basics are, if someone has your property, you go get your property through legal means, which are not breaking in someone's house at 4:00 in the morning dressed like a burglar, like a cartoon burglar.
Right. Here's another strike against the defense. Her late father died unexpectedly, didn't have a will to address where his possessions were to go. If he had a will, he could have said, I want Nicole to have my flannel shirt. I want Nicole to have these pictures in this laptop. He could have left that in a will, and then a court would have enforced that. That's the way that works. But since there wasn't a will, it had to go through probate court. And that's where it's kind of like an open call. Anybody has any claims against this estate, stand up and say it now or forever hold your peace. And Nicole didn't go to court then, or not that I've heard anybody talk about that. She didn't go to court then and make these claims of items that her father had that she believed belonged to him, that he may have mentioned to her that I want you to have these when I'm gone. None of these things were made. So that's curious, as you say. There's a legal route that you could go to get things that you believe that are rightfully yours, but she didn't go that route. She did the 3.5 hour route in the burglar costume, parked around the corner, and got into the house. And I'll still say, in a method that we're not sure of how she got in there. I don't think the state's established how she got into the house yet. But I do remember too, we have the lead investigator that hasn't been there. I imagine he's probably the best. He should be the state's best witness and probably will be last. You kind of do that so that you leave the jury with your strongest witness as fresh in their mind.
Right.
I expect that he's going to have a better explanation of how she got in the house. He should have an explanation of this laptop. Who does it truly belong to? And he should have some sort of an investigation to prove this. So it being a computer, I'll go back to the laptop. And it being a computer, you can go through forensic analysis. You can see how many times it's logged on. If it's got, you can see if it's been connected to Wi-Fi. So let's say this laptop's been at Nicole's house for the previous 6 months. They'll be able to tell that through a forensic analysis. But nobody's tilted their hand as to this laptop other than it's got Carol Mitchell's name on the login.
We haven't heard any lab results or scientific analysis on any of this evidence. Have you noticed that?
I haven't, and I would say that if it had been done, you'll see them on the witness list. I don't think any of it's been done. I'm curious to see the depth of investigation. And I'm going to go back and say, you really don't need a whole lot on this type of case. The body-worn camera honestly proves all the elements of the offense pretty clear from the suspect's mouth themselves. So I think even with everything else is kind of smoke and mirrors when it comes down to it. If you peel this down to the basic elements of the offense, it's burglary, and I don't see how the defense gets around that. But I'm curious to see what the lead investigator, as they're calling him, how well he's going to be able to comport and convey this investigation. But he should be able to say point of entry was unknown. We were unable to determine with any certainty how she got in the house. I would accept that as an answer, and it's okay. It still doesn't change the case in my mind.
I really hope his demeanor on the stand is much more like the second deputy that we saw testify yesterday. The one that we saw.
I hope so.
Because I think that would undermine the state's case a little bit. And I agree. They need to leave that for the punch, the final, hey, we're leaving you with this. This is what's going to remain most in your mind from our case. But I kind of wonder if the defense is really just going to be pretty much a clown show of my fifis.
I'm not the defense. I'm trying to gather in my mind what witnesses they could bring witnesses in to say that Carol Mitchell's mental state was more diminished than the state is letting on, that she was more advanced than an early diagnosis of Alzheimer's. They can bring in those type of witnesses. They can bring in, they could address the laptop, and I kind of expect them to address the laptop. They did in the opening statements, saying that this laptop, if you remember, he talked about video games. It wasn't a very good computer, but she did give her that. That was one of the things that Carol Mitchell had given to Nicole prior to this incident. I expect them to bring some sort of evidence or testimony for that. Outside of that, the only thing they've got left is Nicole Mitchell. And I would venture to say they haven't made their mind up as to whether she will actually take the stand or not. The way I would look at it as a defense attorney, if the case is balled up and not looking good, then why would I expose my client to even more? Just let it be and let the course go where it's going to go. If I really think her testimony could sway one juror, maybe we'd talk about putting them up. But I'm not sure we'll see Nicole Mitchell testify. I hope so.
If she doesn't, I'm sorry, Joe, but if she doesn't testify, then how will they get text messages into evidence that Nicole claims she has of Carol telling her she can have this stuff?
Well, this is a good point. You would have to have foundation to get that in on the defense side. And it has to be cross-examined, so somebody has to bring it to bear. Someone has to sit on the witness stand. And I'll go back to forensic reporting. Let's say the computer had been had some sort of forensic analysis, the person that did the forensic analysis would sit on the stand. If y'all go back to the Karen Reed trial, we listened to a lot of people that did forensic analysis in that case. The officer can say what the report said, but they can't say any more than that. You have to bring on the person that did it. So yeah, right. You're right. I don't know how they would get the text messages in for that. Unless there's a third party in the text message. Now, let's say there's 3 people in the text message. You could bring in that third party who isn't subject to further criminal punishment if they testify. So I think that she's definitely I think she's definitely on their list of witnesses they may call. But I bet they haven't made up their mind just yet. You kind of try to read the room before you do that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's the only way, because they're not going to call Carol to the stand really, unless it maybe to make Carol look more confused or something. But I wouldn't see the defense calling Carol to the stand. So, and that wouldn't end well in their favor. So the only way to get those kinds of communications in is by calling Nicole.
Calling Carol would be cruel, and I think the jury would see that. That would turn the jury against the defense. You're just beating up on a poor, defenseless old lady, and that just doesn't usually go well for the defense.
No, I mean, if they could get her angry or something, maybe, but that's not going to work well for him, because you're beating up on a lady. So, and it already looks like she took advantage of a woman's disability, of an elderly woman's disability, doesn't it?
So far, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
So I wouldn't compound that more by calling Carol and trying to get her confused or trying to get her angry, because that is another component of it. Can be another component of like dementia or Alzheimer's, is that anger. And yeah, that wouldn't work well for them.
So yeah, I'm not sure where the defense is going to go with this, but I'm really curious. I think they may be on lunch break. We went silent on that when the newscasters are kind of giving us that information. So I may play some music here, give us an opportunity to grab a bite to eat, stretch our legs as well.
Yep, I need to run to the store and buy chicken livers. So
oh, that sounds exciting. Chicken livers.
Doesn't it though? It's an adventure.
Not really. It doesn't exciting. But we're going to play some music, folks, and give us a chance to step away for a moment. But we're watching it, and we'll be back when court resumes.
Come on back, folks. Join us.
sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
So Officer Vickmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
What would it be fair to say that one of your other, well, what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine her actual point, or determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
Based on what we had seen and what was being reported, was the window that Nicole Mitchell had accessed into Carol Mitchell's house was too small for a person to even get through. So we were trying to find an actual route that would have made sense to get into the residence.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 60. Excuse me, Exhibit 66 and 67. First, starting with Exhibit 66, do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
That's the width measurements of the window that was originally believed that Nicole Mitchell had gained access to the residence from.
Is it a true and accurate reproduction of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd offer 66 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
66 is received.
Next, sir, do you have Exhibit 67 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
It is the same picture, except it's showing the approximate height with a ruler of that same window.
True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 67 is received.
I publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Officer, this is what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you tell us what this is? Sorry, what's that, Ms. Sullivan? Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you speak to this photograph?
Yes, this is a picture with a ruler showing the measurements from left to right, the width of the original window that Miss Nicole Mitchell was believed to have gained access into the residence from.
If you're aware, sir, do you know where that belief came from?
I'm not exactly sure. I only saw the media posts online of them believing that was the window that it was accessed from.
You weren't involved responding that morning, fair to say? Okay. Can you tell us what your measurement was approximately here?
It's approximately 11 inches wide.
And next, I'm publishing what's been received as Exhibit 67. Can you speak to this photograph, sir?
It's the same photograph of the same exact window, except it's the height measurement showing that it's approximately 8 inches tall.
Okay. And Lander and Chief Todd, what was ultimately concluded at this time?
Based on the measurements and also inside the photographs, you can see that there's some dust and other items around the window. We determined that no one had come into that window based on what was there and the fact that it just didn't appear that anybody could even have squeezed through the window.
So Investigator Vickmark, what did you do next after measuring that window?
From there, my job was, I was assigned as being the photographer. So I went and went to the only other possible source of or location of entry in the basement, which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, Exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 59,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64,
Yes, it is.
and finally, Exhibit 65.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer 50 through 65 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 50 through 65 are received.
I would ask to publish in sequential order at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Officer Vickmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with the desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill, except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, just is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I had I called in Sergeant Glander and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue, I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
A tool mark would be something where you use a tool, and in this case, the tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Rickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68, 69, and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69?
Yes, it is.
And 70?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Asked to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received, and you may publish.
Right. Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window, showing just the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs, there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 71 through 84. And I might need a moment. Investigator Vickmark, you had an opportunity to review all the photographs you took prior to today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I told you the photographs of the alleged tool marks were 71 through 8, marked as 71 through 84, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I wouldn't.
And again, they were true and accurate depictions of that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer 71 through 84.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
71 through 84 are received.
In a moment, Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to ask to publish each of these exhibits and have you again, explain their significance. Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish, if I didn't already ask, to publish Exhibits 71 through 84.
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 71. Can you speak to this photograph?
From this photograph, I had entered into the egress window area, and I observed the left side of the window as you're facing it, looking into the window. I noticed that there is a piece of wood that was kind of sticking out directly below the window, and it appeared like it had possibly been, somebody possibly had put a tool there to pry down on it, causing the wood to kind of pull out.
Next, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 72.
Same window, same location, just a closer photograph of the same area.
'73.
This photograph is showing, it's kind of hard to see it unless you zoom into it. I apologize, I'm used to seeing the photograph horizontal instead of a vertical way here.
If I change the orientation, would it assist you?
Yes. I guess it's still vertical, but there we go. It's hard to see it in this photograph here, but from the right side, you see two marks on the wood right as it bends down. From there to the right of it, a little ways, and to the left of it, there are marks in the wood, kind of scratches in the wood going from the angle of it and up toward the screen.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 74.
It's a photograph of the same area, again, on the bottom right of the screen, not the screen, the ledge where it bends. There's two marks in the paint with scratch marks that lead up towards, there we go. Scratch marks that lead up to where the screen would be at.
Investigator Vickmark, do you have the ability to annotate or circle on your screen, I believe?
I hope so.
Could you, I'm not sure what happened here. Could you attempt to show us or better explain what you're speaking to with this?
Yes. There are marks there, and then marks there. Very fine scratch marks moving from bottom right to top left toward the screen area.
Thank you. Are you able to clear your screen?
Possibly. I guess I don't know how.
And can the record reflect the witness has circled various photographs on the exhibit, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
if I move to another exhibit, it might be a moot point.
Apologize.
Here we go. Oh, I guess not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 75. Can you speak to this photograph?
This is my hand in gloves. I am holding my hands kind of, I guess, like the NDSU horn symbol, I guess, pointing out the distance between the left side of where the marks were originated from to the right side, just to kind of give a better view of where the scratches were actually at.
Exhibit 76.
We had removed the screen, and as I was removing it, and it was handed to me on the outside, I noticed that there is a large scratch mark on the bottom of the screen in that same area where the scratch marks were at on the windowsill.
Exhibit 77.
This is a photograph showing where the scratch marks were at. It's kind of hard to see here where the scratch marks are at, but they're from approximately the 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 78.
Same picture, same area, I guess not same picture, but the same area, showing again the scratch marks extending from roughly that 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 79.
The screen, as it would have been on the window, was taken off and it was laid down, and it was showing the scratch marks on the windowsill. They're extending from approximately the 9¼ inch area to about the 11¼ inch area.
Let me ask you this, investigator, did the scratch marks on the screen appear to line up with the scratch marks on the windowsill?
They did.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 80.
It's the same picture, possibly a little bit clearer, of the screen where the scratch marks were at. In the picture, you can see the deep scratch mark is right about that 9¼ or 9 1/8, I guess, mark. And on the top part of the screen where it bends, there's silver markings that appeared like a tool had been sliding across it at that area.
Exhibit 81.
This one I'm not exactly sure about what the photograph is depicting. I can't remember anyways.
So nothing useful there.
No.
Exhibit 82.
This is that bend that I was just telling about of the scratch marks. You can see that there's also scratch marks on the outside of the screen, right below the, I guess, the netting area of the screen on the metal, leading up to the area where the marks were actually at.
And Exhibit 83.
This is roughly the same area. I noticed that little black smudge mark that was right there, possibly from a footprint or just a mark of dirt being lifted and put on there as somebody may have come in through the window.
And finally, Exhibit 84.
And my fingers on my right hand, or sorry, my left hand, showing approximately the same location of the dirt marks coming in.
So Investigator Vickmark, were you advised of, strike that, May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Bickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And were you made aware of this evidentiary item?
I was.
Based on your observations of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar, what did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
At some point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Bickmark, I'm going to show you next exhibits 85 through 88. First of all, did you photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88. 85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier.
Would you
Yeah,
please? Thank you.
no worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Bickmark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection. 85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor. 86 is received.
Next, showing you Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
It's a true and accurate depiction.
Yes.
Offer 87.
No objection, Your Honor. 87 is received.
Finally, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 88.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 88 is received.
Would request to publish 85 through 88, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer Bickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 85. Can you tell us about this photograph?
This photograph is showing one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
Next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the vent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence, first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Ms. Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just the photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been
Mitchell.
in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vickmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vickmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vickmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay. And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1 day, 2 day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't related to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked was MOCIC, which is an investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest, to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation that you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
At the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed, I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed. Just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I'd describe it.
Okay. And so whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just from my training experience, just what we do, just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did you use, or why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. Just we keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the pry bar in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house? And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack?
Yep.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at, is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, when you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
Okay. What did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes. And
Sorry, go ahead.
it was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Did you note any, did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vickmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vickmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
That was testimony from Detroit Lakes police officer and investigator Vic Mark from earlier today. We replayed that for you in its entirety. He was the 8th witness for the prosecution to take the stand. Witnesses began being called yesterday morning, continuing into today. And again, so he was witness number 8 for the prosecution. And then who's been on the stand is another police investigator by the name of Chad Glander. He was on the stand before lunch. He will take the stand again after lunch, but he elected not to be on camera. So we've not been able to bring that to you from Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. I think we're going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, while we're waiting for court to resume and waiting for a witness to get on the stand that we can show you, we will come back and show you some more testimony from this morning from the niece of Carol Mitchell. But that is after we take a quick break here. Thanks for watching our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, accused of 2 felonies, burglary and the possession of burglary tools for an incident from April of 2024 in which she was found in the basement of her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes, the home of her late father as well. The defense has said in the opening statements yesterday she was there to check on her stepmother. The prosecution says no, she was there to commit burglary. And in fact, in the body camera videos, she said she was there to retrieve some items from her late father, that communication with her stepmother had ceased. So while we were waiting for court to resume and to bring you a witness that is on camera today, again, when it resumes after their lunch break, there'll be continuing testimony from another police investigator who is not on camera. That is Chad Glander, who is overall the 10th witness for the prosecution and the 4th one today. But while we're waiting for that, we're going to bring you a replay of another witness from today that was added some very interesting testimony, and that is Pam Muxfelt, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell and her power of attorney. She was the 3rd witness to take the stand today and the 9th witness overall as she talks about her relationship with Carol Mitchell and what Carol Mitchell had expressed to her about Nicole Mitchell, again, the state senator who's on trial here today, to provide some context for the prosecution about the family dynamics here and the concerns that Carol Mitchell had leading up to this incident in April 2024. So here is the testimony of Pam Muxfelt.
Muxfeld, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in 1st grade.
Ms. Muxfeld, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol is my aunt.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advisor on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when, she's been stressed or, things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable. She felt threatened. She was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99.
Mm-hmm.
We need to.
Your Honor.
Can we delete? There we go.
Let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the.
Are you asking to
Well, I was
Show the
asking to
exhibit.
show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
Correct. And so, but I think you need to give direction then, once you're making that request to show the witness one more time.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
All right, why don't you clear yours then, sir? All right, let's back up one step. If you can start with that. Again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope. All right.
We're gonna have to work through this, this technology issue. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so, Ms. Muxfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. Have you restart, but don't, yep, go ahead. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we have you go back to the
All right, we were watching the first part of the testimony of Pam Muxfelt, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell. That is the stepmother. Carol is the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the state senator, who's on trial for felony burglary charges. And Pam is the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, again, the stepmother, the occupant of the home where Nicole was found in the basement. And she goes on to, they had a technical issue there, displaying some of the evidence, some of the exhibits here, which are basically photos. In this case, I think it was some screenshots of some text messages, a text message that Pam received from Carol expressing concern about Nicole and expressing concern about her late husband's sisters, in which she said that she would feel uncomfortable. She said after Rod's passing, that's Roderick Mitchell, that Carol felt they were being deceitful. And in this text message, she said, Nicole is trying to take me to the cleaners, and Nicole has become so greedy, which shows really the family dynamic here of Carol Mitchell being concerned about money and other things of value in the wake of the death of Rod Mitchell, and that's the relationship with Nicole Mitchell. Again, Nicole Mitchell's defense attorney, an opening statement saying Nicole is simply concerned about Carol Mitchell's health and especially her mental state, and wanted to go check on her. So we are coming back from a lunch break here any minute, and testimony will resume with an investigator, Glander, who is not on camera, elected to not be shown in the in-court camera system. We'll finish his testimony, and then we will move to what may be the final witness for the prosecution. And as soon as we can bring you that, we will come back here on this channel. So thanks for staying with us, but we're going to take a bit of a break here while we wait for court to get back up and running.
Okay, folks, I'm going to replay some of the testimony from yesterday. It looks like we've got another witness that hasn't agreed to be on camera. So I'm not sure when we'll go back to the live feed. But until then, instead of watching this and listening to their pretty music, let's review what was said yesterday. Give me a few minutes to spin it up and I'll get it started.
Then I perform my pre-search, just looking for any like bulky weapons or any other bulky items on her person. Then once I didn't find anything of sort in that, I asked if she would comply if I took the handcuffs off. She stated she would. And then I performed more of a in-depth pat search.
When you performed that in-depth search, did you locate any items?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you what they were, what it was?
Yes.
What did she say at that time?
A flashlight.
Okay. Was this a traditional flashlight?
No.
Where were those gloves placed after you took them?
I then handed them to Correctional Officer Eric.
Ms. Honer, is the booking room equipped with video recording equipment?
Yes.
Was this encounter recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that booking video prior to today?
Yes.
Is it, was it modified down for efficiency reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Was the version you reviewed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I told you that it was marked Exhibit 8 in the court's exhibit system. Would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 8 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 8 is received.
Would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Now publishing Exhibit 8. Ms. Honer, is it accurate to say those gloves were placed on the counter then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, and only if you know, was Officer Sternhagen advised of those gloves?
I do not recall.
After the defendant was booked and later on, did you have a chance to obtain some still photographs of those gloves?
I do not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Did you and your team at any point research what you believe that item to be?
Yes.
And what did you do? How did you research it?
I did just a basic Google search.
Okay, and what did you discover?
That it appeared to be relatively the same object.
Ms. Honer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Is that appearing on your screen?
Oh.
Whoops. There. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the website or a picture of the website that you researched?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of what you found?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Exhibit 9 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
And again, Ms. Honer, this appeared consistent with the item you removed from the defendant?
Yes.
That's it for the exhibit, Your Honor. Finally, Ms. Honer, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 13. Just one moment. Okay. Is that exhibit now on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
An Amazon receipt.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review this receipt prior to court?
Yes.
Okay. And were you advised of where this came from?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
The defendant's attorney.
Is this a true and accurate copy of that receipt that you reviewed prior to court?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Exhibit 13 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Honer, could you tell us what the second item listed on that receipt is titled? Just the first part of it.
The second item?
Yes, the second item.
That would be the toilet bowl cleaner with handle.
I'm sorry, the third item. Forgive me.
That would be the Mopey Joe LED flashlight gloves. Gifts for men, him, dad, or boyfriend.
And the apparent date on this receipt?
February 26, 2023.
Thank you. Ms. Honer, was your involvement in booking the defendant, did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Honer.
Afternoon.
You broke down your search into a pre-search and a full search. Were you the only female correction officer on duty at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So how detailed is a full search in that context?
That's going over like the waistband multiple times. They're wearing leggings. Sometimes leggings have a pocket on the inside, so you go feel through the leggings with your fingers and your hands, and then with that you're basically just feeling over pretty much every like limb and more in depth.
Sure. And so when somebody is arrested, they don't have the same right to privacy. It's your job to be kind of physically intrusive and check very carefully. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
In the process of doing the full search, did you find that Nicole Mitchell had any other like garments under her normal garments? I mean, like, was she wearing an extra pair of pants or shorts underneath her leggings?
I do not recall.
Okay. If she had been, would you expect to have put that in your report?
Yes.
Was she wearing any men's clothing underneath the clothing that we saw in the video?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. Did you see a flannel shirt?
No.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and her jewelry, and I guess what was the jewelry in question?
I do not recall.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and jewelry, was there anything else that you removed from Nicole Mitchell?
Her shoes.
Her shoes. Okay. And did those shoes appear to fit her feet? That is to say, they didn't seem that they were somebody else's shoes?
They appeared to fit.
Okay. Deputy Honer, did you take a picture of the actual flashlight glove when it was in the booking room?
I did not.
Deputy Honer, did you generate a report after someone else asked you to do so?
I did.
And was there also a correction officer, Eric Scott, in that room at the time?
Yes.
And you could see him. Did we see him on that video?
Yes.
Okay. So it's clear that he was interacting with Nicole Mitchell at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Honer. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Ms. Honer, are you aware, do you know if those flashlight gloves were retained?
I don't understand.
Do you know what became of those flashlight gloves that were recovered?
When I left the pre-booking area, I went and resumed my post at Rover, which is on the opposite side of the building.
So do you or do you not know what happened to those gloves?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Engstrom?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Deputy, you may step down.
All right, that is continuing coverage here of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. That was Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Department. But last year, April of last year, she was a correctional officer in the Becker County Jail. So what she testified to, it was pretty short. They showed basically the video from the jail, the booking area. There was no audio there. They just showed Nicole Mitchell coming in. And then they asked her about some of the items that she got from Nicole Mitchell. And one of them was a pair of gloves that are flashlight gloves. And then it showed also a receipt from Amazon showing that Nicole Mitchell is the one that purchased a pair of flashlight gloves, matching what they found. And they're basically a pair of black gloves. There's an LED light on the thumb and on one of the fingers. And, there's no evidence that saw that whether she was using that. She had the flashlight with a sock over it, but she had those with her. And, that would be part of the evidence that the prosecution's using to show possession of burglary tools.
Yeah,
I would
part
assume.
of the process of
Yep.
thinking it out, driving up there, how she was dressed that early morning,
Yep.
hiding the car, parking the car off of the main street into the house. So all of these sort of thought processy things, the scheming, the
Yes,
planning,
with an intent to enter surreptitiously.
right?
And yeah,
I thought, I mean, it's kind of always interesting, little nuggets that pop up, little breadcrumbs. But the defense on cross-examination would ask, about basically the flannel shirt, the men's flannel shirt that she said she was trying to get. Was it underneath her? Was she wearing it underneath? Was she wearing any men's clothes underneath the black garb? And then, of course, the jailer said not that that she recalled or not that she observed.
Just for the defense to say she didn't actually take anything.
Right. So interesting how those, a little witness like that, little not size-wise, but a small witness.
And that's something that the defense will then bring up later.
Yeah.
To say she didn't have anything on her, she didn't remove anything from the home.
Yeah.
But,
and of course, the biggest thing for our viewers who are kind of just joining us after the lunch hour is the fact that Carol Mitchell, we can't stress that enough.
Yep.
This trial, I don't want to say it's going to hinge on what she says. Clearly a woman, this is the stepmother, the victim of this crime, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly how she portrayed herself, how she came across, the Alzheimer's, the paranoia that Nicole has certainly referenced. She was on the witness stand probably for a good hour, both before and after, if you combine all the time of the lunch hour.
She was on, I took notes of the time, she was on roughly about 35 to 40 minutes. Ish after the lunch break, and prior to the lunch break, it was maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
You think that much?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could go back and check the timestamps, but certainly her testimony has been taken, and sadly, just because of the rules, every witness gets the option to not be on camera. Perhaps because of her medical condition, the judge would have stepped in either way. But on this case, Carol Mitchell's critical testimony was not shown today. So it's kind of this gaping hole in today's, we've had so much. Trials off and running. We had opening statements. We had the body worn camera of the arrest in the basement of Carol Mitchell's home, the 911 call she makes, the first or second arriving police officers witness testimony. So much of this case is unfolding right here, right now in these first few hours. But unfortunately, we just did not see Carol Mitchell testify today.
So Carol Mitchell, the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the occupant of the home, and this was a home that had been also occupied and owned by her late father, who had passed away and then given the entire estate to his wife, Carol Mitchell, who is Nicole's stepmother. They'd been together for quite some time, but that relationship had eroded. Nicole Mitchell's worried about the Alzheimer's and her being more paranoid, saying that in the video, in the body-worn camera video, you see her say, Carol Mitchell says, she wants money, or she's and Nicole trying to explain she thinks we're trying to take some other things of value and documents. So she was on there for a while. And again, we don't know the scope of what she testified to as well. Sometimes they will limit the scope of that. And certainly the defense attorney can only ask her things on cross-exam that are brought up by the prosecution on direct exam. So you don't have free reign to ask her whatever you want. You have to stick with what's been established by the prosecution. It was their witness, and then the defense can only ask questions pertaining to that. If they get outside of that, it's a beyond the scope of objection. And but again, we'll try to find out here from those who are in the courtroom exactly what she testified to. Now we are on a afternoon break, so it does seem like we just came back, but that's because Carol Mitchell was not on camera, so we had to wait till the next witness came up, which was Leah Honer, a former corrections officer at the jail, now a deputy. Just a very, very small testimony from her about, again, finding these flashlight gloves on Nicole Mitchell, in her possession at least, and a receipt then produced showing that she purchased a pair of matching flashlight gloves just to establish her ownership or possession of them. So we don't know who's up next at this point. Again, they're in an afternoon break. We do know that they did say it would be somebody lengthier. On the witness list, there's several more investigators on the list, but also several more relatives, it appears too.
Yeah, you have family members still to come, probably sort of the lead detective on the case. Usually, I know it's typically perhaps the last witness. But yeah, we've been given a warning from the courtroom today about lengthy, I don't want to call it a warning, but basically giving the jury their break now so as to not interrupt testimony. You know, the one thing I kind of, as I'm kind of preparing news stories for our newscast later today, the one thing I couldn't help thinking, watching back the body camera footage and some of the stuff now that we're seeing in this case, some of the stuff, remember, media went to court to try to get that body worn camera footage released sooner. I believe the defense opposed the motions, but it never was eventually released until right now, is how does it play, you know, at the Capitol? I mean, I know Nicole Mitchell's right now, her main focus is staying out of, you know, jail, out of prison, you know, a verdict here of this jury. But I also do wonder, you know, does this change any minds or thoughts, you know, for some lawmakers who are waiting to see the facts? I mean, the facts now are basically out there. I just wonder, I know, I mean, you certainly don't have the answer. I don't either.
I mean, it's hard to say.
You know, but I just wonder how it's playing in St. Paul and in Woodbury, where she's an elected official. What do her constituents make of her decision making? In that, in what we see in that video.
There's certainly things in that video, in the body worn camera video, that support both the prosecution and the defense in terms of the prosecution establishing the facts that these things occurred that fit the elements of this charge, but the defense trying to say there's a complicated situation and you got to think about why she's doing it with this family situation. So we're gonna bring you the 911 call recording from earlier in the testimony earlier this morning in a bit. We got to take a quick break here on our special continuing coverage of the trial for burglary charges of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell for 2 felony counts of burglary and possession of burglary tools in an incident at her late father's home in Detroit Lakes in April of last year, a home that is now then occupied, or was occupied, by her stepmother. And she had testified to, or she didn't testify, but in the body-worn camera video that we've seen, she talks about how she'd not been able to get her stepmother to respond or to allow her into the house, et cetera. And what's interesting is, again, she testified. We don't know exactly what she said, but we did hear her 911 call that she made. She didn't know who was in the house. She just knew that somebody was in the house.
And she's scared. I mean, you can clearly tell in the audio that you hear, it stepped on. As long as, you know, again, I know when we were talking to Marcia, maybe inability, you know, when defense was questioning her today, perhaps to establish that, you know, she wasn't really lying underneath and didn't step on her. But there's certainly the suggestion in this 911 tape that she got out of bed and stepped on
somebody.
And
she didn't know who it was when she made the 911 call. And the defense pointed this out too, that she said him or he, meaning again, she just knew that somebody was in her home.
Right.
And it was, obviously for anybody is going to be an extraordinarily terrifying situation if you believe somebody is in your house, and said they went down to the basement. So, I mean, clearly not only knew they were there, but knew where they went but didn't know who it was. And so it was kind of labeled as a home invasion, which to many counts, it feels that way.
Yeah, no, it does. And then we would subsequently watch the body worn camera. But yeah, take a listen. To the 911 tape here.
County 911.
Somebody just broke into my house. They just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Better 30 car for Activeburg, Granger. 37, party states individual broke into their house and ran down in their basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. He's just here.
All right, I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RC got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down inside the house before they ran into the basement. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, on the back side of the house, yes.
Okay.
I just turned a small light on in my backyard, and I'm trying to look out over that window.
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
No, I haven't. I just heard something in the wind downstairs now.
Female police, she's
Okay.
check for. She believes she's heard something else in the basement.
Is that police?
There's officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came in there.
Okay. Hold on a second. There's a shop window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's how he ran down there.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here. All right, Carol. You can.
Should I hang up?
Yep, you can hang up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And there you go. That was a recording of the 911 call made by Carol Mitchell on the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, when she discovered that somebody was in her home, didn't know who it was, but you could hear the fear in her voice. Understandably so. We'd all be terrified if we woke up and knew that there was somebody in our home. And that's what got police out there in a hurry and discovered Nicole Mitchell in the basement, where they took her into custody. So we are probably 5 minutes or so away from being able to resume our court coverage here with the next witness on the stand. Again, we are doing this via about a 10-minute video delay from the court is part of our agreement with having the audio and visual coverage. So in about 5 minutes, we have another police officer who responded that day, who's now a sheriff's deputy, and took body-worn cameras. So presuming we will see that, his version of the body-worn camera from his angle. Not that it's anything different, but a different angle on it all.
It appeared he would have been the first one in the home because the second officer we heard from
Sternhagen.
Yeah. And now Wothy is the name. So he's we'll see him shortly in terms of that 911 call we just listened to. That was played this morning, mid-morning. First witness, the state called the dispatcher who took the 911 call, whose voice you hear about the response. Again, a burglary that sent officers to the house. I think at this point, as we start stacking up how the state is calling their witnesses, the police on scene, the dispatcher on the call, I do still wonder about putting Carol Mitchell where they did this morning, the stepmother. I don't know if she's, you could speculate that, today was, a good day for her, or
potentially
fit her in time-wise.
And then also that establishes sort of the timeline of events. And she was the one that made the 911 call. And then how much they got into some of the preceding elements in the family drama. But again, another police officer, now sheriff's deputy, will be up next. There's a couple more officers, an investigator, the police chief, also on the prosecution witness list, and then some other family members and friends as well on their list too. So Marsh Hallberg was saying that he thought that this could be wrapped up in just a few days.
It does feel like it's moving along. And one thing that still would be left to come is establishing the probate situation. I know some of the evidence they've talked about entering is not just the obituary, but the probate ruling that gave Carol Mitchell the full estate of Rod Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's dad, and then obviously what had her so distraught in her mind to go there, all about the ashes. It seemed like the funeral was really the tipping point.
That she'd done something with the ashes or memorial service at a time when Nicole couldn't be there, she said. She was promised, she said in the video, a portion of the ashes so that they could bury them with some other family members, and was not getting any response about that. And so that was what she said she wanted a portion of as well. We're, again, about 2 minutes away, a little more than that, before we get back to the continuing coverage here. Let's talk briefly about a different legal situation going on here.
This case touches it. I mean, slightly.
A little bit, This was delayed because of the situation with Vance Belter's arrest and the fatal shootings of Mark and Melissa Hortman, and the very serious injury shootings to John and Yvette Hoffman. So that delayed this because of that. And now there's another development here.
3 o'clock. So Central Time, if you're watching elsewhere. So we're about 2:40, about 20 minutes away. Federal officials are gathering, also local law enforcement in downtown, I believe it's Minneapolis, to discuss a development in the Vance Belter case. Again, this is a political
All right, folks, I think we were about 7 minutes for it to go back to live trial. I believe we're going to hear the police chief on one of the final witnesses for the prosecution. I'm going to go back to the live feed now.
In the house, a lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window. Police department, make yourself known now! Where's he at? Here underneath the stairs. Police department. So it's here in motion now. Motion. Is there a way to get underneath the stairs? Oh no, you stay back, stay back, stay back. 37 back road, 10-12.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole? I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She also stole documents out of the house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your aunt Nancy do it.
38 back road, 10-15.
No one did anything.
Is there Nicole Mitchell in house? Stand up. You got
No
anything on
one
you?
stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
Not tonight.
Anything on you?
No.
I'll meet you upstairs.
Why was she squatting down next to my bed?
Yeah, so there you see a portion of the body, one of the body cameras of the Officer Wolfe, in this case, Deputy now Wolfe, in that initial interaction, finding Nicole Mitchell in the basement, saying, "Hey, it's me, Nicole. I came here to get some of my dad's things because you won't talk to me anymore."
And that, again, that's that immediate reaction. What is it? Is it, hey, are you okay?
Yeah.
Everything good? I just tried to come check on you. No, it was, I'm here to get some of my dad's stuff. You won't talk to me.
Let's bring in Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney here, who's been providing some insight, some analysis, I guess, for context, and again, not connected to this case. Marsh, we're nearing the end of the prosecution's witness list here. How do you think that they have done presenting evidence so far?
I think they've done a really good job. I think, as we talked about on our first day, keep it simple, stupid. And Rob, as you put a great summary, I thought it's the what versus the why. And he said, I'm going to go through all the who, what, when, wheres, and we don't care about the why. And they've kept it crisp and short and easy to follow. So I think the prosecutor's done a really good job.
Could I ask you? I mean, we have the jury pool graphic. I know it's kind of going one step ahead, but we're looking to fill a little bit of time. Again, we're about 5 minutes away from getting
3 minutes.
3 minutes now,
yeah.
so just a little bit of time here. But heavily male. We talked about that at the very beginning. Here's our graphic, Marsh. It's a 15 member pool at the minute because there are 3 alternates here. Again, remember, at a jury like this, only 12 will eventually deliberate. Hearing the facts of this case and now really seeing, this, sitting state senator, a woman arrested, perhaps her tactics being scrutinized in the way she went about this. Any sense? I know we don't have ages for you, no demographics there, but just male, female, your experience with trials and juries, just what your takeaway might be, how this jury might, believe this story of the defendant or not.
As we chatted about whether that's an old stereotype that we shouldn't use anymore, but it's still, I think, true to a certain extent, at least for some people, that men tend to be more protective of women than they do of men. So you might want to weight it that way. And it's sort of, for me, it'd be those factors, a man, and also then if anybody has really experienced with the grief of a loved one in the last, couple of years, a real close love member, or dealing with Alzheimer's. Those would be some of the big markers I would be looking for when I'm picking my jury. General rule is last one's in, first one's out. So if you've got 3 alternates, the last 3 that were seated are going to be the 3 that are excused.
As we head into the end of the prosecution witness list and hand it over to the defense, maybe later this afternoon already, what hurdles does the defense have to get over here based on what's been presented to jurors so far?
Well, the timing is, so we've got the police chief left. Do we know if that's the last witness for the state?
It's unclear at this point. There might be one more.
Yeah.
There are 2 names on the list, her biological son and the police chief. We know the police chief's up now. It's unclear, right, at this point, if the son would take the stand. I still think you end the case on the state side with a personal witness, but we shall see.
Yep, I agree with that. So I think we're at 2:15-ish roughly. They've got roughly 2 hours. I know we have a 10-minute lag here. They've got 2 hours to put that in. If they can finish their case today, I, as a defense attorney, would like that. I'd like a clean break to start all brand new tomorrow. People come in fresh. They've had, 12 hours at least to kind of forget about the state's case, and you come in and you go, okay, now it's my turn. For those of us old enough to remember the rope-a-dope with Muhammad Ali, that's kind of what the defense lawyers do in criminal cases. They just sit and cover up and let the state, because they're running the show, they pick the witnesses and the questions that are asked, and they just have to take the hits over and over. And then when they're done, then you get to start hitting back.
Okay, so we could see, we got to go here, Marcia. We're starting up here in 10 seconds. But again, this is going to be the what I believe is the 11th witness for the prosecution now, Detroit Lakes Police Chief Stephen Todd. Thanks so much, Marsh.
Thank you.
All right, we're heading back. Are we ready to go, Ryan? Back into, okay, we're close. So Stephen Todd, the Detroit Lakes Police Chief, and then potentially, based on the witness list, the biological.
All right, folks, we're back live. Police Chief of Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Stephen Timothy Todd. Last name is Todd.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
With the city of Detroit Lakes, with the police department.
And what is your title?
I'm the chief of police.
Could you outline your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from high school in 1991, and I went to college at Morehead State University, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, graduating in 1995.
Could you outline your law enforcement experience?
Certainly. I started as a part-timer while I was in college back in 1994. I was hired with my first police job in 1995 with the city of Fargo as a police officer. In 1999, I went to work for Clay County Sheriff's Office. I went through a few promotions at Clay County, finishing there in 2016 when I was hired as the chief of police here in Detroit Lakes.
You've served as the DL chief since 2016?
Yes, sir.
Let me just interrupt a moment here. Chief, the microphones are pretty sensitive. You have a pretty strong voice. If you could just move it back a little bit there, we won't get any of the feedback.
I apologize, sir.
That's okay.
Chief Todd, I want to turn your attention to April 22nd, 2024. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware of arrest of Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
What is can you explain the chain of command in your office?
Sure. I oversee the department as the chief of police. At that time, at the time of this incident, there were 3 sergeants. 2 of the sergeants are assigned to the patrol division, and they work a patrol schedule with all of the patrol officers. One of the sergeants was at the time assigned to the investigations division and would supervise investigators and school resource officers. The officers report directly to the sergeants and the sergeants to me.
At the time of the defendant's arrest, did you kind of take an active role in this case?
I did.
Why is that?
The day of the arrest, there was a large number of media inquiries about the arrest due to the nature of the situation. So I became involved in responding to a lot of those. And then I also assisted just reviewing reports and body cam footage of the incident.
I want to jump ahead a tiny bit. Did you go to Carol Mitchell's house on April 25th,
Yes, sir.
2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, did Carol Mitchell demonstrate to you what had occurred on the morning of April 22nd?
She did, yes.
Did she walk through being awoken and such?
Yes, she brought us to her bedroom and described kind of step by step what happened when she was awakened that morning of the call.
Was your body worn camera activated on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you record that conversation with Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Was it a true and accurate depiction of that interaction that morning?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that portion of it prior to trial?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, sorry. Chief Todd, if I told you it was marked as Exhibit 113 in our exhibit system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to offer Exhibit 113.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 113 is received.
I would ask to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Husband's my friend Jim here. Vacuum cleaner guy Jim stuff. So.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Jim, how are you today?
Let it go.
Hey, Carol, I know we didn't call ahead or anything, but would you be okay if we were to go take a look around the house and downstairs and look for
I don't mind.
any more potential evidence? We've got maybe a couple of things in mind that we are looking for.
Jim cleaned out that big drop window over there
Yeah, I got all
where
the
that
leaves
pry
out
bar
there
was,
for a
just to
little
see if
while.
anything else was in there, but it was just leaves and dirt. So,
While we're up here, could you show us your bedroom and where the person was that you stepped on?
yeah. Down here. She was laying right here with her hand.
Let me get up here with my body camera so you can describe it. Okay?
Okay, I sleep here.
Yep.
And she was laying right here. Her head was at that end and her feet at this end.
Okay. Is there anything that you keep?
3 drawers under there, but there's
What do you keep in those drawers?
socks, underwear. You know, I checked to see if there was any. This is just empty box. I was checking to make sure that's just, you know.
Okay, just
But I did keep, for a long time, I kept my pistol.
okay.
And I'm sure.
So what you
She made
cleaned
it
up,
work.
you stepped out of bed and you
Well,
actually.
something woke me, and I sleep with earplugs,
Mhm.
so I couldn't figure out what it was that woke me.
Yep.
If it was a loud sound, or if what. So I just, what was that? I stepped on a body, and it moved.
Yeah.
And I went, what the hell? And I jumped on like this and grabbed, because I thought it was like a little kid or something. I didn't think it. And then when it was bigger, well, at first I thought, a man had broken, but it was too small for a big man. So then I thought it was a little boy or some teenager got in or something. And then she shot out, ran out down the hall through the kitchen and down into the basement.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'll follow you now. Thank you.
Basement?
So, and you definitely saw this person hang a left and go
Yes,
down.
I was right behind her. I mean, I still thought it was a boy. You know, I never, until you guys told me it was Nicole, I didn't know. Anyway.
So Chief Todd, you were intimately aware of the defendant's arrest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware when she was formally charged?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall which day that was?
No, I don't remember which date. I would guess it would have been the following date after the arrest, but
April 23rd?
yes.
Would it be also fair to say that you are aware of, when she had court proceedings and was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Chief Todd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 114. 114. You see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is it a true and accurate record generated from the jail system?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to offer 114 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
114 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Chief Todd, I'm going to direct you to the middle portion of this document. Does it state when Ms. Mitchell was booked in or began officially being in custody?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
05:36 hours on April 22nd, sir.
Okay. Does it state when she was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Could you read that time for us?
11:58 hours on April 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Now, Chief, you had testified already that you kind of took an active role in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the defendant's title, did you continue to monitor things?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe, did anything else come to your attention later that afternoon after the defendant was released?
Yes, sir.
What was that, sir?
I was notified, and I don't remember by whom, but I was notified of a social media post that the defendant had put on Facebook.
Did you capture a copy of that, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 115, 115. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's the screen grab that I made of that posting.
From which website?
Facebook.
And does it appear to be a exact replica of the screen grab that you did?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 115 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Chief Todd, could you read the defendant's social media post?
Sure. Regarding the recent news, like so many families, mine is dealing with the pain of watching a loved one decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia. Over the weekend, I learned of medical information which caused me grave concern and prompted me to check on that family member. I entered a home I have come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years, where my son even once had his own room. Unfortunately, I startled this close relative, exacerbating paranoia, and I was accused of stealing, which I absolutely deny. Thank you to all my close friends and colleagues of both parties for the kind words of support and for trusting my character even before I had a chance to respond. This has been a true tragedy for our family, and my hope is that it can return to being a private matter.
Thank you. Chief Todd, you had, as supervisor, you had reviewed the body worn camera footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And in your, did this social media post appear to be consistent with what you had observed on the body worn camera?
No, sir.
Chief Todd, were you made aware of any other statements that the defendant published?
I believe I attached a public statement later on, but I don't remember the date that that was made. I believe I attached another public statement by the defendant to the case file.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what this was?
This would be that release from the defendant that I published later.
Again, you saved a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Exhibit 116 is received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish at this time.
You may.
I'm not going to ask you to read that, Chief Todd.
Okay.
And Chief Todd, you were present, we've already covered this, you were present at Carol Mitchell's home on the April 25th,
Yes, sir.
and you assisted with what we've been calling as the point of entry investigation.
Yes, sir.
You were present when Investigator Vic Mark and Sergeant Glander made their observations and took photographs.
Yes, sir.
After April 25th, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
Yes, sir. I don't remember the exact date without my notes, but I did have some interaction with the Becker County Jail regarding an item that was on the defendant's person at the time of her processing. However, we weren't aware of that item until later on in the week.
And as chief, you've kind of looked over this whole case file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And like with any investigation, there's a few items that you wish the state had, or the agency had done differently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through a couple of those things that, looking back, you wish you had taken charge of?
Sure. The item that was found on the defendant's person during her booking process was some type of a fingertip flashlight glove device. The jailers found it during the pat down and it wasn't saved. The arresting officer wasn't notified, so that item was lost and it was given back to the defendant during her out processing. I would have liked to have that item as evidence for the court process. One of the other things that I wished we'd have done different, I wished we'd have seized the defendant's cell phone. I don't believe we did. I would have liked to have had that for multiple reasons, but for a lot of data that may have been contained on that phone.
In the defendant's car, was it ever searched?
It was not. I would have, now that you remind me of that, sir, I wished we would have impounded the car and done a search warrant on the car to see what other items were there.
But all in all, fair to say you're proud of your officers?
I am. It's very rare in this part of the country to have an active home burglary occur when a resident is in the home. It's very rare. And then for the officers to make an arrest in that situation is also very rare. So I am proud that the officers successfully made that arrest, and the basics of the criminal elements were met in their arrest.
Thank you, Chief Todd. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon.
There was 2 active burglaries that morning, wasn't there? You watched the body camera videos. I know Deputy Bruce isn't in your chain of command, but you're familiar that there was another act of burglary. He had to leave Carol Mitchell's home because there was another one going on at the same time.
I remember hearing that dispatched on the body camera video, but I don't know any of the details of that event.
Court records here in Becker County would reflect that burglary charges happened with some regularity.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Todd, you watched your body camera video there. Carol Mitchell said to you that she first thought it was a big man, correct?
On the body camera?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then she said, then she thought it was a little boy, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether there was a forensic examination done of Carol Mitchell's cell phone in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether Carol Mitchell's medical records were ever secured by law enforcement in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Is there any reason that you would not be aware of it if it in fact happened?
There's a lot of data with the case, but I think I would generally be aware of it if it happens, sir.
Are you aware of whether there was a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone secured at any time following her release?
I do not believe we did a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone, sir.
Are you aware whether the Detroit Lakes Police Department coordinated with the Woodbury Police Department, where Nicole Mitchell lives, to execute any type of searches?
No, I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether any law enforcement in this file did any search for fingerprints in this case?
I don't believe that happened, sir.
Are you aware whether any of Roderick Mitchell's or Carol Mitchell's possessions were found in Nicole Mitchell's possession following her detention? It's a complicated question. Is it your understanding that Nicole Mitchell didn't have any of Rod or Carol Mitchell's stuff when she was arrested or detained?
I believe she had one item that at the time we believed was Carol's property.
And that's the laptop, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if Sergeant Glander testified to that, that's been ruled out, besides the laptop, are you aware of any other possessions of Rod or Carol Mitchell's that Nicole Mitchell had in her possession?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, and Chief, you may step down.
Thank you.
Again, watch your step. Mr. McDonald, your next witness.
Stay with rest.
All right. Well, it's 2:29, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll use this opportunity for our afternoon break. And before we do so, I'll remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television, social media, or the internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, on telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial, and do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. We'll recess for 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jury.
Okay, that's the police chief. We didn't get to see the lead investigator's testimony. He opted not to be on camera and recorded for this. But it sounds like they've determined that the two laptops found in Nicole Mitchell's backpack that we saw on body-worn camera footage of, They couldn't place that as belonging to Carol. Maybe the story of she previously gave that laptop to Nicole Mitchell, that maybe that's true or can't be substantiated that it's not. So this leaves the defense with a kind of a, I'll say, a star on their side, and that is that there were no possessions. She didn't steal anything. So that may be where they're going to try to lay with this, that, yeah, maybe it was trespassing, but it wasn't burglary. I thought it interesting with this latest body-worn camera video that we saw from the police chief that Carol was very clear that she used to keep her pistol in that drawer. And if you were in that bedroom at night, if you were a burglar, that's an odd place to be, in that small little pocket there next to the side of the bed that she's sleeping on. There, it's suspicious, but yet there's no real evidence to do anything other than suggest. But it sounds like they didn't run any search warrants. They didn't run a search warrant on the vehicle. It didn't impound the vehicle. So I guess they left it on the side of the road after what little photographs we saw through the windows. They didn't take the suspect's phone, which is pretty typical, I think, and run any type of search warrant on that. I'll be honest, folks, I still don't know that it changes a whole lot as far as on the defense's side. It did maybe outline some shortcomings on law enforcement's side on how they maybe should have handled that. Of course, it's easy to go back and look at that and say what you should have done. But I think the mere fact that she was in the house and the circumstances that she was found, I still think that the elements of the offense are still pretty strong. Fidji, are you back with us? Did you catch that last little bit?
I did. And I've been listening to what you've been saying. I don't know that really changes much for the defense. Yeah, okay, it might give them a little bit of an opening, but why are you trespassing in someone's house at 4 o'clock in the morning? That just doesn't make any sense. So I think the logical conclusion there was she was there to take something. And plus, with the text or with her her posting on Facebook, I think that was supposed to show her to be one way, but it really just shows she had some planning and she was growing it in her mind to go get what she thought was her stuff and wasn't.
I agree. And remember, with burglary, you don't have to steal anything. Just you break into a house with the intent to do so. That would meet the elements of the offense. And I'll go back to her body-worn camera video again, where she said, yeah, I came here to get my flannel. She talks about the flannel shirt. She talks about the pictures. These are items that she came here to get. And she didn't knock on the door to request them. She didn't go into the bedroom and wake the lady up and say, hey, I'm here to get this stuff. She went to the floor when she was discovered and ran away. And we heard when Carol Mitchell first learned that it was Nicole Mitchell, her stepdaughter, when she was in custody, and Nicole spoke to her from the ground. Carol, it's me, Nicole. That's the first time that she knew. The lady there's no indication that she had any idea who this person was dressed in black laying at the foot or the side of her bed when she arose. So I say once again that the elements of the offense are met. Now, if you're the defense, you're going to try to muddy the water, cloud it up, especially with the defense's side. You're going to try to make it real cloudy and try to overlook the fact that the bare elements of this offense that Nicole Mitchell herself, I think, established.
You know, something I noticed the other day in one of the body cam footage, when they were downstairs in the basement, right? I guess they had just said, come out, whoever you are. There was a point where Carol passed Nicole, and she obviously already knew it was Nicole, but she passed her, and she gave her she didn't look at her, she didn't do anything, she went about what she was doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, she didn't react to it being Nicole.
Once she found out, she discovered it was Nicole, you're saying she didn't react?
She didn't react when she was passing by her. It wasn't like, it didn't strike me as they had some long-standing feud like that's I'm sure is going to be presented there. But she didn't act like that. She just acted like it could have been anyone. She didn't kind of give any recognition to her.
She gave some when she found out it was Nicole. She said, yes, she's trying to steal things from me that she sent her aunt here to steal papers before. And that's when Nicole's protesting. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So there was an exchange there. But it wasn't, I would say it wasn't warm.
Yeah, but it wasn't fiery either. You know, families getting into it over property of a deceased can be really nasty, and I didn't see Carol as retorting as if she felt nasty towards Nicole, other than she was probably just afraid of her.
Yeah, I get you. They've got an attorney on this live feed talking about this. Let's kind of listen to this while we're on the recess and see what their assessment is, and see if they're talking about the same things we are.
Few minutes here, but they are telling the court they have one witness that can't come until at least tomorrow. I am going to ask you now how likely it is that Nicole Mitchell takes the stand. But one other issue that I think we want to talk about here in our building is there's not a rule yet on whether the defendant has the right to opt out of testifying on camera. By my count, we were the first newsroom to have a camera in a trial under the new state rules last year, and it came up. It was a murder case in Minneapolis, self-defense versus murder kind of argument, and in that case, it came to the defendant. He was going to testify, and the judge wasn't sure what the rules were. And she had asked both sides, could the defendant opt out? In the end, it didn't matter because the defendant wanted. He was committed to having his story told on camera. And so there's not, as I understand it, established rule. The second trial was the Thompson car crash. The defendant didn't testify there, so it didn't come up. But with Nicole Mitchell potentially testifying, I am told here the judge is aware of this issue and is prepared to handle it if it does come up. Again, she's going to have the right to take the stand in her own defense or not. But it is possible that she will object and the judges would restrict the cameras accordingly, but they don't know. He may rule the other way. So I just want our viewers to know, as we kind of get into this new world of cameras in the Minnesota State courtroom, it is not necessarily established if the defendant turns into a witness at that time, or if they're sort of it's sort of part of the rule.
Right to opt
out. They don't have the right. So we're going to watch that. But with all that said, Marsh, blah blah blah, Paul Bloom here. What is your opinion? Does she take the stand? And given that we have one witness coming tomorrow, do you want her on the back end? Do you want her going right now, this afternoon, before the jury heads home? Kind of take me through the calculus at this point.
Well, so they're what? It's about 3 o'clock. We're 10 minutes off, so it's at least 3 o'clock there before they start up. So they have an hour and a half left. If I'm Nicole's attorney, I'm doing everything I can to not have to put in my case until tomorrow. Judge, we're going to finish tomorrow no matter what. So the delay today, if we just go home early, isn't going to cause anything. We can finish the case tomorrow. So let us do that. My client isn't sure yet whether she wants to testify or not, because she wants to see this other witness testify first before she makes the final decision. So she can't make an informed. I'm trying to hint to the judge I may have an appeal issue.
You mean they delay the game in trials, not just like soccer at the end of the game when you're trying to wind down the clock?
Yeah, there's a number of times where I'll look at a clock and I'll go, okay, I got an hour and a half. I'll go into a lot of cross-examination, burning time, just trying to eat up clock time so the state's case doesn't end till it's closer to 4:30, because I don't want to start mine today. The worst thing you want to do with any witness or either team on this thing is get a witness halfway done. So if Nicole were to start testifying today, the government's going to have all night to look at what she's already said, even order an expedited transcript if they needed to of what she said today, to have tomorrow, and they can practice and refine their cross-examination. And you don't want them to have that overnight prep time. So you don't want to start her today and have her finish tomorrow.
But at times that becomes unavoidable just by the basis of the way the clock works. The judge will say, call your next witness.
Yeah. And I would think if I'm sitting there as the judge and there's an argument of whether she's got to be on camera or not, I don't want to try this case twice. I don't want to give an appeal issue I don't have to have. So I'm going to err on the side of what the defense wants. So if the defendant doesn't want to be on the camera, we're not having her on camera.
So what are the hurdles again? We started talking about this the last time we had you on here an hour ago or so. What after the prosecution is now done, what do you see is the biggest things that the defense has to present here with their witnesses to counter what the prosecution has put out there?
I think that Nicole has to, what we know of her is that she projects well. I mean, she's a legislator, she's a politician. We know that she's articulate and, well groomed and all that good stuff. So I think she has to, charm is maybe the wrong word, but she has to come in and piece this together in a lot of things. Were you really laying on the floor next to the bed? Why were you in there? Were you looking for a gun? Why? Why did you run down to the basement if you, were there just to check on her? Why run down to the basement and wait for the police? That kind of stuff. So many questions like that. And we call it sandpapering when we practice with our witnesses to get the rough edges off them. And a lot of our cases, we have 10 lawyers here. We will bring another lawyer in. And a lot of times, me being an old prosecutor, I get to be the jerk. So I would come in and just beat up the defendant, practicing in the conference room with really aggressive cross-examination for her to withstand that. How could you possibly think taking a crowbar and prying open a window at 4+ in the morning isn't an unlawful thing to do?
Okay, so I mean that's, and again, we have a witness list here for the defense. I think I had roughly 8 on a potential witness list.
A couple of private investigators. We talked about that early in our coverage.
And that doesn't mean, I mean, how do you put all these out there? It doesn't mean you call them all. I mean, at this point, would it be helpful to call more or fewer?
Again, people get sick of me saying it around here. Keep it simple, stupid. Right? I think that's what you do. What I was impressed by, guys, I always get your thoughts on that. When they showed the video of Carol, she seemed pretty darn articulate, kind of reenacting the bed and getting out. And what, she used to store a gun under her bed and where she went to. And I thought, she may have Alzheimer's to some extent, but at least on that day, when they did that interview in her bedroom, she did a pretty good job.
Yeah, and her niece had testified earlier today about her, her state with Alzheimer's, and that she said, in her view, the decline was slow, and that it really depends on the day. In stressful situations, then the symptoms seem worse, and certainly you saw that with the body camera video when the police first arrived. She seemed fairly lucid there as well, fairly well spoken, but much more so the next day. The stress is much less.
And I will point out, we did not see her testify. She was one of the 2 witnesses from the state who declined to have her testimony, videotape. And there is some reporting from the courtroom. I mean, it's hard to parse, what probably was an hour of testimony, but she had difficulty recalling key facts.
Yeah.
She couldn't remember, her grandson's names, Nicole's boys' names is one report I read. Another, she couldn't remember when her husband had passed away. So I don't know how she came across to the jury, in the moment in the courtroom. But certainly you're right. The niece did say, at least in her opinion, she does not see the decline that the defense has sort of built up.
But in stressful situations, it becomes more apparent. And that would also be a message to the jurors who saw her yesterday that certainly this is a stressful situation. Well, Marsh, I guess now that we get going, I mean, it certainly looks like you would expect the defense maybe to get through their case tomorrow.
And who knows how fast it goes? We could be doing closings tomorrow afternoon.
Marsh, could you just take me through like what the defense team is doing during this break? What would the case is wrapped up? Obviously, they've been talking about it, during the lunch break, how it's going. Like, what will take us into that room? It looks like they may have their whole law office. I know it's a kind of a smaller law firm from up in northern Minnesota. It looks like they have several attorneys and staffers with her at that table. What is going on? What's that meeting look like right now?
Well, just from an optics standpoint, Paul and I kind of did this off camera a little bit talking. I don't like the optics of 3 attorneys sitting at a table like that. Some huge white collar 2-month trial, maybe something like that. But it just kind of implies to me like she's trying to, she's got money to throw to get 3 lawyers involved here and all those things. I don't like that look, and I know he's local. I mean, he makes the point of calling Detroit Lakes DL, a local reference, those kinds of things to say I'm one of you. Yeah. Indirectly, you get that out there, but I don't like that. So what I assume happened is the attorneys skedaddled back into the judge's chambers to say, can we stop for the day or not? And with that information, the defense lawyer has now gone back to his client and said, we're going to be done for the day, so don't do anything. or we got to figure out what we are doing, because he's not going to allow me to wait. But again, you say, Judge, because it's the defendant who has the decision up to the last minute to choose not to testify or not testify, you got an argument to make is my client hasn't decided yet, and we need to wait for tomorrow to make that decision, Judge. If you rush her into a decision today, she can argue on appeal it was the wrong decision to make. But either way she goes.
But they could easily get through a couple of witnesses with the time left, another hour and a half of court time today.
But if they're ready too, right? Because if it was unclear whether the state had asked for, we don't know. We don't know if the state had said, we'll need all of today, and now they're scrambling to get a defense witness.
But usually you have somebody lined up in case, right? Or else you get in trouble with the judge if you're not ready with a witness. Isn't that right?
Big time. And a lot of times, to professional courtesy, most lawyers will say, hey, I've got one witness for the afternoon, or I've got 2 or 3, or I think I'll be done by 2 or 3 o'clock, whatever. You tell the other side that.
Yeah.
And I might even make a point to say that in front of the judge. The judge knows that if the other side plays dumb in mid-afternoon, they had plenty of notice to get somebody to the courthouse.
But we'll see that too, though, during breaks when we're in the courtroom, is that the attorneys are talking to each other, and you'll hear them say, who else how many more do you got up today? Or who else? Or maybe once the judge will ask him that too, once the jury's out of the room. So there is that a lot of that communication going on, so that they know that they have to have somebody sitting in the hallway ready to go. And we've seen it too, where you see a witness sitting in the hallway outside the courtroom some afternoon, and they don't even make it up there, but they're out there for several hours waiting so that they have somebody on deck.
No, it's a good point. I did hear the last, our producer back in the booth is telling us that the camera, the live feed is still not up. So we're going to go at least a few minutes, past what we thought was going to be a 3 o'clock start. So as that clock kind of ticks away towards a 4:30, maybe the defense attorney took Marsh's advice and has tap danced his way out of having to put on a witness this afternoon.
I still think they would, they would have, if they've got a number of them on their list, that they would get a couple people up there yet today.
But they're not going to call them, I don't think. I'll be surprised. And you'll notice too that, in our viewers too, that after each witness, they would ask the defendant whether they were allowing to release that witness, because the witness is under subpoena not only when they're first called, but through the trial. They can call them back.
Yeah.
And so by releasing them, you can't say later, well, now I want to call back the niece. Right. Well, she just left for a vacation today and we can't get her. So they are trying to lock you down there. You don't have those options. So they're trying to get some courtesy for these witnesses to know if they can go on and start living their lives again.
Okay. All right. Well, we shall see here.
I agree that I think they'll recess for the end of the day. We'll hold on long enough to see, but I would be surprised if we see any defense witnesses today.
So it should have been going 10 minutes ago, rough.
The judge should feel sorry for Nicole, because the case is so weak. Should just go ahead and give her that, like, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of emotion in it. It's just mechanics and the way these things go. And I agree with this attorney here. Absolutely do not want to split a witness overnight in the transfer between the state and the defense.
Yeah.
Get in. I'm just curious, human reaction to that was what? I mean, did you find it damning for the defendant that now she's very colorfully placed right by the bedside in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and that's why I really would, I just hope we hear from the defendant and the cross. That's going to be the most interesting part of this case if it happens. Is going to be her testimony and the cross of her, because that's the whole case comes down to, right? Is trying to fight that intent. That's the only thing. One word in this whole case: intent, right? And that's what we're trying to look at. So I thought too that the gun had been stored under her bed.
At one point, I think there may be 2 different guns we're talking about. I think she talked about keeping a pistol, but then earlier the testimony was that Rod, the husband, had also had some kind of gun.
I think that might be the same gun, because she mentioned it being in a drawer, and then she pulled these drawers out from under the bed. We are told, Marsh, sorry to ruin it for you, but court has resumed now. And the defense has called their first witness. I've not heard who it is yet. So there is a defense witness that took the stand.
Drum roll, please. Let's find. Maybe they got that witness for tomorrow to come in today.
Maybe.
Interesting.
go back to our tape delayed coverage of the court proceedings up there with the first defense.
All right, folks, we're going to let it roll back in and see what the defense has got to say.
Camera video.
Yay.
Oh, it is.
So a state witness is going to be called by the defense first, Marsh. The stepmom's son, the biological son that was on the state list, is being called by the defense as their first witness. I know Rob's got a little intel he's going to look up here, but I don't know. We don't know what he's going to say, but I'm just curious. How often would something like that happen in a criminal trial?
I should probably double check the court records, but I had him on going through all the motions that were filed in the other documents as a prosecution witness. I should double check to make sure I got that correct, but I did not have him on my defense list.
Well, if that's the case, so let's just assume it is just for like a learning moment here, then that's called an adverse witness because it's a witness that's against me, but I'm calling them to testify. So as you've noticed throughout the trial, the general rule is that when a witness is called by someone, you have to ask them open-ended questions. So I can't suggest the answer I want. The example I give my clients are, if you're my witness, I can't say to you, isn't it true it's raining outside? Because I've suggested the answer I want from you. Yeah, it's raining outside. I have to ask you an open-ended question. What's the weather like? And then you can say, well, it's raining outside. So that's the difference between a leading question and a non-leading question, if you suggest the answer you want. However, with an adverse witness, when they are called, you can ask the judge to rule that the person is an adverse witness to you. They aren't going to be easily taken by you where you want to go. And you can ask them leading questions. So isn't it true that it's raining outside? You could ask that question of an adverse witness that normally you couldn't do.
What would the defense? I'm just curious. What would the defense know about? I mean, the state would have provided the defense and discovery with reports of their conversations with the son. I mean, obviously Nicole could have given insight on the mother-son relationship, but what kind of intel would the defense have here?
Well, it might be things they know he can't dispute about getting together for Thanksgivings or Christmas cards, or that they used to be great, or that there wasn't a hostile relationship till the last year, or that she's seen Carol lose weight, or there's a concern about drinking too much, or the house has got paperwork all over it, or could be kind of out of the other side's mouth reinforcing the concern about Alzheimer's. That's just not in Nicole's mind, that this is a real deal to have to worry about. To be so worried about that you're going to do this at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? That's what you got to have, not just a mild concern. That this, to me, and you're right. And you can get up the thing in probate. You call it a lucid moment, that you can kind of wave in and out. But if you have a lucid day and you know who everybody is, you can sign a will and it's valid because you understand what you're doing that day. The next day you might not be able to do a will because it's not a lucid moment. So that could be. Yep, she was having a lucid moment when they reenacted the interview in her bedroom, but you should see her on some other days. She can be quite up and down.
Yeah, and I just confirmed here, pulling up court documents, that the prosecution's amended witness list that was submitted on June 9th, her biological son is on the prosecution's list, but now appears to be the first witness for the defense. So
when you list your witnesses, either side, you always say, here are my witnesses, plus I want the right to call anybody on the other side's list or anybody even mentioned in any police report. So you give this really broad, because if you don't list them, you generally can't call them.
And just to that point, Marsh, I have the printout from the defense. The defense mirrors the state's witness list and then adds the following persons who are not, including their private investigator. So, it's very much, the viewer won't be able to see that, but the defense mirrors the state's witness list, so they're entitled to call the son. It's just interesting that he's listed initially as a state witness here.
Okay, well, we are about 3-4 minutes away, 3.5 minutes away from being able to bring that video to you as it's going on our 10-minute tape delay here.
And this is interesting. There could be a tactical play in this. You don't have a lot of afternoon. You really don't want to split a critical witness from afternoon to come back in the morning. Gives the prosecution or the other side plenty of time to prepare to try to shoot holes in some testimony or get them pinned up. This witness could be kind of cannon fodder. It'll provide something, but it's not going to be necessarily real material. This is going to be interesting, though, if they are able to deem him, as they call in Minnesota, an adversarial witness. In other places, I'm sure a lot of people have heard the term on movie court dramas, a hostile witness. And it does allow them to sometimes ask leading questions and be a little more forceful with extracting testimony from someone who's considered a hostile or adversarial witness. So interesting little drama.
I'm surprised the defense didn't do that with some of the police testimony.
Well, they couldn't because those weren't their witnesses. If they called them back as a defense witness, then they could ask for that.
Oh, okay.
We're going to let these commentators play it out. It sounds like we're 2 or 3 minutes back to getting to the trial, and we'll hear what this is all going to be about.
In fairness to everybody, they listen because, as you know, some lawyers go really long on closings. I don't think that's a good thing to do. And they're, with the aid of now with, screens in the courtroom and being able to put documents up, you can make it a little more entertaining by walking back through things. They can show a close up of the pry marks on the window or the flashlight or the sock on it, or, all those kinds of things to make it a little more interesting for people. And then they get to take a break. Maybe they can choose when to go to. Sometimes these judges will say, we're not sending you home till you want to go home. I've had juries go past midnight. They say, Judge, we want to keep going. And we want to, and we'll tell you. And this judge said, fine. So we sit at courthouses till 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
If they feel that they're getting closer and they'd rather finish versus have to return. I have seen some trials where the closing arguments are after the lunch break. But then a number of them, though, is where they rest their case. Let's say it's early afternoon and the judge will say, we're done for the day so we could start fresh with closings in the morning. And that way it then goes to the jury, presumably at lunchtime, and they can get going.
It's a natural time.
That would be your experience, I'm guessing, too.
Yeah, because it frees up. You think about it, the jury, they're often in a room by themselves. You have one deputy that's watching them, outside the door. But other than that, it frees up everybody else to go on to other tasks they're doing. This judge might be in between breaks dealing with a motion on some other unrelated case or doing other work or making arrangements for this case is done, that they're starting the next case, or, there's a lot of other, this is the only case going on in the county. So they have to keep everything else moving, and you're locking down a lot of people in court personnel when you have a jury trial. So you want to free them up to do other things.
All right. Well, we're going to have to stop there because we are about 15 to 20 seconds away from this resuming. Marsh, as always, thank you for your insights. It's very helpful.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Okay.
It's fun.
All right. Well, we got about 10 seconds or so till we resume. Again, the prosecution rested after calling 11 witnesses, and the first witness of the defense in the Nicole Mitchell trial is on the stand. We're bringing this to you on a 10-minute delay as requirements with their audio-visual coverage in Becker County Court. So I guess we're going there now as the defense begins presenting their witnesses.
Take a seat in the witness stand. Just follow the military direction, and there's a slight incline there, so be careful with your step. Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Keel.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of behind that glass. Would you state your full name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Andrew Keel.
All right. And Mr. Keel, where do you live?
I live in Plymouth, Minnesota.
Mr. Keel, do you know a Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And why do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell is my birth mother.
All right, Mr. Keel, that microphone is very sensitive, and it does pick up everything. If you're speaking into it at a very close distance, it picks up like your breath, and so we're not hearing you completely. So you can speak up, but just stay a little bit further away from the microphone. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Keel, if you can't hear me, please let me know.
I can hear you.
Very good. Mr. Keel, do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Nicole Mitchell?
I met Nicole Mitchell after I was reunited with my birth mother.
And again, your birth mother is Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
All right. approximately when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I met Carol Mitchell was the question when I met Carol or Nicole?
Well, I know I'd have to have the court reporter read it back, but let's start with when did you meet your birth mother, Carol Mitchell?
That was around 2003.
And then when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was years later, maybe more, around 2008.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
But it was within some few years of your meeting your birth mother, Carol Mitchell. Is that true?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember where or how you met Nicole Mitchell?
No, I don't. I don't remember the first time that I actually met Nicole.
Did you ever see or interact with Nicole Mitchell in Carol Mitchell's presence?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times do you think that happened?
That has probably happened, to the best of my ability, I think maybe around 3 times. Yeah. That I've been with Carol and Rod and Nicole together. I can really kind of place right around 3 times.
Okay. But would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that you've definitely met Nicole Mitchell in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you see Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe for the jury the circumstances of that? What just briefly that situation was like? And I'm asking more about whatever you may have interacted with Nicole Mitchell at that funeral.
Well, Rod's passing was sudden and very sad. And I remember being at the funeral, and I was there, to support Mom. It was tragic. She was really hurting. And I interacted with Nicole a few times at the funeral, just in condolences, watching her out of, concern. But there was a few words. I felt really bad for Nicole.
Okay. Mr. Keel, when you saw Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did you and your mom, Carol Mitchell, and Nicole Mitchell all talk together?
I don't recall a conversation. I can somewhat picture standing together. I can picture us standing there waiting to walk in and for the funeral to begin.
Okay.
I don't remember any conversation that we had.
Mr. Keel, do you recall whether Carol Mitchell introduced you to Nicole Mitchell at that funeral?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall whether you and Nicole would have sort of, exchanged a knowing look that maybe Carol didn't remember that the two of you had met before.
No, I don't recall that.
Mr. Keel, is it true that you and I haven't really had much contact with each other throughout this case?
No, we haven't.
Really, is it fair that the only contact we've had is maybe in the hall when I said, when you may or may not testify?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so is it fair that we didn't talk about what you may or may not testify to here today?
We did not talk about it.
Okay. Did you speak to a law enforcement investigator early on in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to someone from the prosecutor's office leading up to this trial?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to ask the question just to be clear, so no one's confused. When you were at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did Carol Mitchell introduce you to Nicole Mitchell there as though the two of you had never met?
I don't recall that happening.
Okay. If you had said that at an earlier time to someone else, is it possible that you're not remembering it?
It would be quite striking. That I wouldn't remember that. I mean, I honestly, I can picture the funeral, parts of it, but I don't recall. I recall Mom being nervous, sad, but I don't recall her introducing me to Nicole at this time. I can't pull it in my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Keel, did you have any text exchanges with Nicole Mitchell about your mom, Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I imagine that I did. Yeah.
Mr. Keel, would you have texted with Nicole Mitchell about whether Carol Mitchell had exhibited any paranoia?
The only thing I remember in a text to Nicole was, what I remember is when Nicole was running for state senator.
Okay.
And I also remember a text where it was the first Father's Day after the loss of Rod, and I sent my condolences. But I don't remember really discussing Mom with Nicole in the text chain.
Your Honor, I'd like to turn on the screen for the witness at this time.
You may.
Mr. Keel, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 203. I want you to read that and familiarize yourself with that. At 203.
Right after meeting? Do you want me to read what's in green? What's in green?
Sir, I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want to read it to yourself. And then let us know when you've had a chance to read that.
I read that.
Okay. And then this is what is marked for identification as Exhibit 204. Would you read that?
I read it.
And then what's marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 205.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask to introduce Exhibits 202, 3, and 4 into evidence. What?
Mr. McDonald? No objection. All right,
Yeah.
exhibits.
And I spoke wrong. It's 203, 4, and 5. That was my mistake.
Mr. McDonald? No objection, Your Honor. All right, exhibits 203, 204, and 205 are received.
Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish.
You may.
So this is the first one. That appears that the text is Nicole Mitchell's text to you. Is that accurate?
That's how it appears.
Okay.
For clarification, you said first one. Is this 203?
This is 203. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. So here on 203, we're seeing a couple of texts that Nicole sent to you. Does that look accurate, Mr. Keel?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to read that, Mr. Keel.
It was fine. I'm always trying to juggle 3 things at once, so my texts are often a mess. LOL. Thank you for trying. I'm worried her Alzheimer's is starting to make her isolate more, and I've seen her start to get paranoid about things in a couple texts. So I'll keep working on any help I can provide her too.
And if we can go to 204. And if I can have you read that, sir.
Yeah, I've been seeing some improvement as we talk. Social interaction is very important in slowing progression. Linda and I call often. I can sense when the conversation creeps towards paranoia, and I do my best to counter. My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen, I'm guessing, ministry.
This is fine. And then 205, Mr. Keel.
Do I just continue where that stopped?
Yes, sir.
My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen ministry meeting. I'll check with her again tonight how she is feeling about coming. If she isn't, I'll try and head there for a night or 2. We'll let you know what I find out.
Mr. Keel, having had a chance to read this and reflect on it, you recall now communicating with Nicole Mitchell a bit about Carol Mitchell's paranoia.
Well, I believe that we communicated. I don't remember the conversation that we had, and it's got to be accurate. So I apologize.
Sure. And Mr. Keel, since the incident that we're all here to discuss, you really haven't had communication with Nicole Mitchell. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So all of this would have happened before the incident?
It would have happened before the incident.
Okay. We can take that down. Mr. Keel, and I apologize, did you say you live in Plymouth, Minnesota?
Yes.
All right. After Rod Mitchell's death, did you have an opportunity to take your mom, Carol Mitchell, to any doctor's appointments?
No.
Were you able to help your mom, Carol Mitchell, with any financial type concerns?
No, I didn't need to.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you have an opportunity or decide to arrange for anyone else to help Carol Mitchell get to appointments?
I didn't have to. Mom has a good support group, so.
Okay.
I didn't have to ever arrange with anyone to get Mom to an appointment.
Mr. Keel, I want to ask you about your interview with Sergeant Glander. Do you remember maybe more than a year ago having a conversation with Sergeant Glander?
That was a while ago. Yeah, I remember talking to Sergeant Glander, Investigator Glander, on the phone.
Okay. Sergeant Glander, I think, asked you a lot of questions. Did he ask you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole about Rod's ashes or a flannel shirt or other items?
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to recall the conversation that we had with Sergeant Glander, and I'm sorry, it was a long time ago.
I understand, sir.
I want to say that I can remember Sergeant Glander talking to me about Nicole wanting to retrieve her father's stuff, a flannel shirt and the ashes. I can remember a conversation about Sergeant Glander asking me about Nicole and Carol talking about that as well, but it's faint.
Okay. Do you remember what your answer was when Sergeant Glander asked you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole over Rod's ashes, flannel shirt, or other items?
I don't remember exactly I don't remember what my responses were with Mr. Glander at this time anymore. It was just so long ago.
Sure.
I can't reliably reply to you what I said to Mr. Glander. But I did have it was a long interview that he had with me.
Now, you also spoke, as we talked about before, to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks. That's correct?
Yes, he called me when I was at work.
Okay. He asked you how often you would see Carol. Do you recall what your answer was?
I'm looking bad. I would guess, I can't say it exactly how I replied to him, what my reply was. Again, I'm sorry.
It's okay. If I told you that interview with that investigator was on June 27th of this year, a couple of weeks ago, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if that investigator asked you if you would spend holidays together?
There was a mention of holidays.
So, did you spend holidays with them? And I mean Rod and Carol Mitchell?
We would meet after the holidays. I think I remember telling the investigator that Carol and Rod spent a lot of holidays with Rod's side of the family. Those were good holidays that they had.
Okay. Mr. Keel, I just want to circle back to one question, and I think that'll be enough. You didn't remember what you had said to the investigator about how often you saw Carol or see Carol. As you sit here today, how often do you think, on average, you see Carol?
I will see Carol maybe one, just once out of every 2 months, 3 months. There's a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of phone conversations. But it's at physical visits are probably about that much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Keel. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you help me pronounce it right? Is it Keel or Cool?
It's Keel. My children like to say Cool.
Mr. Keel, do you recall Carol Mitchell telling you what her intentions were for the late Mr. Mitchell's flannel shirt?
Carol had a flannel shirt of Rod's, and she intended for that to go to Nicole. She did tell me once that she thought maybe she would make a special comfort pillow out of the flannel.
For herself or for someone else?
For Nicole.
Do you recall discussing Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis with Sergeant Glander?
I wish I could recall the interview with Sergeant Glander, and I don't trust my responses.
I understand.
Because it's been too long for me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are there certain things that, from your observations, that make Carol Mitchell's memory worse?
Yes.
And
yes.
what would those be?
High stress, trauma. Mom can be, she's very functional, and the Alzheimer's is there. It's slowly progressing, but if there's trauma, there was like the death of Rod was a huge hit, and then you see the short-term memory just it's so difficult for her to recall short-term.
Do you recall how your mother described the home break-in, like in terms of what it did to her?
Yeah, she was terrified. She was shocked. It was very shocking. I was at work on a Monday morning, I believe, or morning, but yeah, it came as first a text, then a phone call, and the shock. Okay. And I was shocked.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are you stressed out, or do you feel some stress testifying up there?
I do.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Ringster.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Keel, you may step down. Watch your step.
Counsel, is he released?
All right, that was just the testimony of Jonathan Keel, who is the biological son of Carol Mitchell, which is Nicole Mitchell's stepmother. He was initially on, was on the prosecution witness list, but was not called. And you hear the defense saying that, talking to him in the hallway, about whether he'd be called or not. That was the only conversation the defense had with him prior to putting him on the stand as the first defense witness, and purely kind of talking about the main point seemed to be to introduce just a couple quick text messages between him and Nicole Mitchell with concerns about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's
and his
condition.
Observations of his mom.
Yeah.
Too, there. But I'm sure they wanted those text messages in for their storyline, their narrative in this case.
To show that other people had mentioned about paranoia.
Yeah.
And really that was kind of the highlight of that, is that noticing her when her paranoia is creeping in. I try to do things to back her off of that. Beyond that, he said that he did not have to take mom to doctor's appointments or deal with finances. She's got a good support system around here in Detroit Lakes that deals with that.
And there had been a long gap in their lives. He had been put up for adoption. He lives down in the cities, 200 miles away from his mother.
Yeah.
So, this, we were wondering. We have just a few minutes of a break here, and what is happening now is the defense, which they're allowed to do in a trial, they have recalled a state witness, an investigator, Chad Glander. And if you'll remember that name from our coverage throughout the day, he is one of two witnesses who is not has objected to being on camera, which is his right. So we have to go into this window of time. We're told it's brief. It may be just 5 minutes of time.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so we've got less than 3 minutes now until we go back to the next defense witness that would be their third witness, which is a niece, pardon me, Nancy Lund, Nicole Mitchell's aunt, presumably then the sister of her father, is on the stand now. So we've got a few minutes that we have to fill until we get to her, but just a couple of minutes and we'll resume that testimony. But Chad Glander, again, testifying today, middle of the day, for the prosecution, the defense calling him clearly as some sort of, not really a rebuttal witness, but to talk about, they had asked the biological son of Carol about his being interviewed by Chad Glander for this case, and he didn't really recall what he told him, even though it's in the reports, but didn't really recall things that he'd said to him.
And the defense can do this to get their sort of direct questions because they're limited to what they can cross-examine on. When he's a state witness, now he comes over as a defense witness, and they can get in some of these questions they may have about the son's son's
about what the son had told the investigators. Correct. And that interview was just, I think he said in June, so pretty recent. And so we'll get to that's essentially what they're going to talk about, because he couldn't really remember the comments he'd made to the investigator.
And I'm curious now, because we're going to get to an aunt, and remember, as we hear from Carol Mitchell's side of the family, the conversations that she felt she was being taken advantage of, the thing people were going behind her back, specifically Nicole and the aunts. So now we are going to hear from Nicole's side in terms of how this family dynamic was stacked up of, Carol Mitchell's side of the family, the niece, the goddaughter, who power of attorney. We heard her testimony. Now we're going to hear, as we get closer to the defendant, we're going to hear this aunt that apparently is they're sort of, I don't want to say scheming, but they're together as they're trying to deal with their late loved one's spouse.
Because Carol Mitchell had said to officers in the body camera video, and I believe her niece had testified to this too, is that she was suspicious that Nicole and the aunts, who are her late husband's sisters, had removed documents from the home, and that they were after money, but there was a tin box that was missing and some documents. So as she said to the officers when Nicole Mitchell was discovered in the basement, that she's here after money, and she said something initially about, you stole documents from me, and Nicole says, I didn't take any documents from you. So she had mentioned something about the Rod's sisters here. So presumably that's what we'll get into here in terms of that, as you mentioned, the family dynamic. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we are about 15 seconds or so from being able to resume. Again, this is the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, certainly a high-profile case because of her role as a state senator and sort of the drama it created at the state capitol too, prior to this legislative session. And here now we resume court in this felony burglary trial of Nicole Mitchell, with Nancy Lund taking the stand for the defense.
Mr. DeGray.
Before I begin asking you questions, I want to just give you 2 words of warning based on the trial. That's a very sensitive microphone. If you get too close, you're going to hear some feedback, and then we'll have you stop and watch for that. So please stay a little bit back, and you can speak fine. It'll catch you just like I am. And second, when you're testifying today, please, as best you can, say the first and last name of the people that you're testifying about. It's difficult for me as well, but I'm going to do my best, so please do that as well. Will you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Lund.
Ms. Lund, will have you slide just still a little bit further forward there. You're a little soft-spoken. We want you to speak up in here, but there's a perfect distance between yourself and that microphone. Okay. So, and we'll find it.
I did my best. Can you spell your last name, please?
L-U-N-D.
Where do you live, Miss Lund?
Moorhead, Minnesota.
What is your relationship to Nicole Mitchell?
Nicole is my niece.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Over 40 years.
Over that time frame, how often did you see Rod and Carol Mitchell?
Probably over the last 20 to 25 years, probably at least 10 times a year. They would come in for a lot of holidays and a lot of family events.
To your knowledge, did Rod and Carol Mitchell spend holidays with Carol's family?
They may have very early in their marriage, but I'd say for the last 20 to 25 years, they never missed a holiday at my house or my parents' house.
At some point, did you learn about Carol Mitchell having medical issues?
Yes. Give me a second to recall a date. So it would have been in about Thanksgiving of 2022. Over that time period when they were in, Carol had mentioned that she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and had talked about going in for another medical appointment in 6 months for that.
Did that surprise you?
It did. We hadn't talked about any other medical issues before that.
I'm sorry, did you say it did or it didn't?
It did surprise me, yes.
Why did it surprise you?
I just hadn't heard her talk about that before.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you are Nicole Mitchell's aunt.
Yes.
Would that make you Rod Mitchell's sister?
Yes, Rod was my sister, was my brother.
It's okay. Did you have any conversations with Rod Mitchell about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis? Before you heard about the diagnosis Thanksgiving of 2022?
No.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you try to help Carol Mitchell with anything?
Yes. Immediately after Rod Mitchell's death, my sister and I went down and helped Carol immediately with all the funeral planning, all that type of stuff. So we're with her quite a bit that first week. And then during that period, we're always asking, anything you need, Carol, we're here for you, we'll help you. And the one need that she had brought up was that she had never paid bills or done any of the financial end of things in the 40 years she'd been married to Rod. And so I said, well, that's right up my alley. I have a 40-year career in finance and accounting and things like that. So I stepped in at her request and started helping with those type of things.
Did helping Carol Mitchell have anything to do with your brother Rod Mitchell? Feelings of loyalty or responsibility?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes. When you stepped in and helped Carol Mitchell, as you just testified to, did that have to do with anything related to your relationship with your brother, Rod Mitchell?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be what Rod would want us to do. Absolutely. And I love Carol too. So it's just a natural to step up and help the people that family members and people you love. It's just a natural thing you do.
Did you ever meet with Carol Mitchell's attorney as a part of this post-Rod Mitchell death and the resolution of his estate?
Yes.
What did you discuss when you met with that lawyer?
During the month of April of 2023, I helped Carol compile all of her financial papers. So we had kind of a balance sheet that we went through and compiled everything. We rounded up everything. And the purpose of going to her attorney, she picked the attorney, it's somebody local in town here. And the purpose was twofold. The first was to figure out if Rod's estate needed to go through probate. And because as far as we knew, there wasn't a will. And the second was to set things up for her own will because she didn't have one either. So the twofold purpose in going and meeting with him. And I did go to the initial meeting with her attorney, and he started the ball rolling on all those issues.
Now, when you and Carol Mitchell went to that meeting, did you bring any documents with you?
Yes, I compiled all of our financials into one document, kind of a balance sheet type thing. We listed all of our assets, all that type of stuff. We listed all of Rod's possible heirs and things like that. We clarified relationships between Carol and Nicole and between, do I need to use the last name?
The best you can.
Between Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel. So we also included that too, to clarify that, what the relationship was there.
Did you bring any document related to the home that Carol and Rod Mitchell shared?
Carol had a pile of documents, probably, if I recall, it might have been an inch or inch and a half thick that we'd compiled, and she took one of those being the deed to the house. So that did go with us. She had, we'd put everything into like a tote bag and taken it with to the attorneys.
And what was the reason for taking the deed of the house to the attorneys?
That was taken along because one of the first steps, because Carol and Rod were both listed as owners of the house, the attorney could easily then take that deed and have it updated with just Carol's name on it. So that deed was left with the attorney that day.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention back to Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis. After you learned of it, did you ever witness any evidence of forgetfulness or confusion by Carol Mitchell?
During the period of time, the month after Rod Mitchell's death, many times I could tell she was having problems remembering things. She had difficulty, the biggest one that was of concern to me was we had gone to the attorney. She had started all the paperwork, so she was, working on Rod's estate. She was working on her will and things like that. She was to go back and pick up that paperwork on the first drafts of those documents 2 or 3 days later. And as I talked with her later, she didn't remember that she'd even gone to see the attorney. And another 3 or 4 weeks later again, too, we had another text conversation, I think, where she just didn't remember that she'd already got this stuff started.
You just referenced a text conversation. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Lund, I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282. They should appear on the screen right in front of you. There's going to be 4 different documents, and so we'll have to go one at a time. So I'm going to be showing you first 279. Now I'm going to show you 280, then 281.
Can we slow down, Council?
Yep, I'm sorry.
You go back one.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And then 282. Ms. Lund, are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Yes.
Have the screenshots you just saw ever been altered?
No.
Who are the communicators on that text message thread?
The green is me and the gray is Carol.
Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's very difficult for me too. How do you know the person on the other end of the messages is Carol Mitchell?
I've got her phone number in my phone directory and I've talked to her many times.
Did these messages cause you alarm?
Yes.
Did you respond to Carol Mitchell shortly after receiving or reading them?
Yes, most of the time I responded after I saw it. I would normally try to respond to her within a short period of time.
Were you still alarmed or concerned when you responded?
Yes, yes.
What effect did these messages have on you?
Concern for Carol. and that she was just having a lot of trouble trying to keep things together, and concerned that she would be a vulnerable adult that could be taken advantage of.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 279 through 282 into evidence and request permission to publish them.
Mr. McDonald, no objection, Your Honor. All right, Exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282 are received. You may publish.
So as we discussed when it was just on your screen, there's going to be 4 messages. And the reason for that is when you screenshot, it goes vertical. And so you kind of cut things off and it's a little bit wonky. I wish we could do a full one long scroll, but we can't. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to read those. Before you do, please reorient who the color of each person talking is. And when you're done, you'll see at the bottom, that part is cut off. And so when you see the next text message, you can just jump on from there. There's going to be some overlap because that's how screenshots work. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So before you read, and you might have to turn back to the microphone, you can read them it's still on your screen, I believe.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about that part. We kind of have them all over. But please tell us who the colors are, and then you can begin reading.
The green is me, and the gray is Carol. So Carol answered, "Thank you, pretty flowers." And then that was one day. Another day, she's again asking me, "Who took the deed to my house? It was in a metal box, and now there's hardly anything in there. My lawyer will be here day after tomorrow." And me responding back, "Most of the house papers are behind the blue or green pillow in second bedroom. The deed may be there with the papers we clipped together to take to the lawyer. I have a couple more forms filled out, the letter for American Express, and some background info. Would tomorrow work, I think? Would tomorrow, Monday, work?" Oh, okay, that's the same one. Oh, and Carol responding, I forgot the green pillow spot. And there it is. Just trying to make light of the situation. And I would respond, "Just call me your backup memory." And she did that a few different times. And then, tomorrow would be okay, backup memory lady. And then I responded, "I have a meeting at church at noon, so I would be out about 2:30.
And this is the last one.
Me and green again, we can move it to next week if you prefer. Your will was on the table yesterday. Carol responding, "Do you mean the healthcare directive? I haven't made a will yet. I am going to do that with Charlie."
Now, this is the last text of the exhibits we just offered, but to your knowledge, who is named Charlie?
Charlie is the local attorney that she was using.
Do you remember his last name by chance?
I believe it's Charles Ramstead.
Thank you. Please unpublish, Your Honor. Thank you. What about passwords, Ms. Lund? Did Carol Mitchell ever have forgetfulness related to a book containing passwords of hers?
Yes, she had a little green, no, I don't know if it was blue or green, I forget. But about a 2x3 spiral bound at the top notebook where she had many pages of passwords. And if she changed passwords, she'd cross one out and then she'd rewrite it. I think she had 2 different notebooks, and that's how she remembered all her passwords for going online and accessing her financial papers online.
Did you have text messages between yourself and Carol Mitchell about this password book?
Yes, we would. When she misplaced it, once in a while, she would ask me if I knew where it was. Once in a while, I would be able to tell her the last place I'd seen it. And sometimes I didn't know where it was. And she would then find it later and she would let me know that she found it.
Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And again, did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked Exhibits 277 and 278. They're going to go back up on the screen just like we did last time. We'll go through it the same way. Can you see those? And I will also wait so that Mr. McDonald can see them too. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Have the screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Who, again, are the communicators on this text message thread?
Carol Mitchell is the gray. I am the green.
And I know this may sound redundant, but how do you know the person on the other end of the message is Carol Mitchell?
Carol's in my phone directory and I've called her many times at that number.
And what effect do these messages have on you?
It again concerned me, with the things that she was having difficulty with.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 277 and 278 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 277 and 278 are received. You may publish.
So let's do the same thing that we did with the previous series of exhibits. Please note who the colors are. I know it, just to make sure the record is clear. And then please read. And when we continue down, we'll go to the next one. There's only 2 exhibits this time.
Okay. Carol is texting me, took care of the license tabs for my car. Rod's truck has new tabs. Stopped in at Wells Fargo to meet the new guy that worked with Rod before. I will contact you about any questions about stuff that is baffling me. Do you have, supposed to be my 2 little blue notebooks with all my passwords? My response was no, but last week you found them in your top desk drawer. Carol's text, no luck finding them. Guess I will have to call them. Did we make that change from Rod's card to my card to pay the bill?
You can unpublish, Your Honor, please. Ms. Lund, now I'd like to direct your attention towards an incident involving Carol Mitchell during a trip to Walmart. Do you recall that incident?
Yes.
Can you explain that incident to the jury, please?
I believe it was sometime in April of 2023, and Carol sent me texts on it, and she was going to Walmart, so she made the trip there, and she went into the store, and then she forgot her list in the car, so she went back out to the parking lot to get her list, and she unlocked her car and got in, and then she realized it wasn't her car. And so she got out and looked around, and she found her car 2 or 3 different spaces down. But the thing she was really confused about was how her key worked in the other car to let her in.
Now, I know when you just testified, you mentioned that those were text messages. And again, did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as Exhibits 273, 274, 275, and 276. They'll come up on that screen. Mr. McDonald will be able to see it too, and we will slowly go one by one. I'll wait for you to pull your eyes up and to hear from Mr. McDonald.
Yep. I'm good. Okay. Okay.
Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell that you just referenced?
Yes.
having gone through the other foundational a few other times, I'm going to skip through and ask this to be offered as exhibits 273 through 276 and request permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection. All right. 273, 274, 275, and 276 are received.
Then when I got to Walmart and was just about in the store, I realized I forgot my shopping list, went back to my little green car, hit the door unlock and hopped in, and it wasn't my car. OMG. I jumped back out and saw my car about 3 more down, exact same color, but mine is a Ford Escape and the other was a Subaru. How could my key open the other one? Freaky. My response, OMG, maybe you should let Butch give you a ride tomorrow.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. Ms. Lunt, who's Butch?
Butch is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister, Cindy.
Why did you offer that to Carol Mitchell?
She was coming in for, I think this was Easter of 2023, and she was coming in to spend Easter with us, and we didn't want her driving out of town by herself. So he made the trip out, picked her up, and brought her, and then I think maybe Nicole took her back home at the end of the Easter celebration that we had.
We may ask some questions about that in a moment, but reorienting you just very briefly to the text message related to the Walmart incident. How did you feel after reading those text messages about Carol Mitchell and her trip to Walmart?
Still concerned about her, how big of an effect the Alzheimer's was having on her, having just lost her husband, my brother Rod Mitchell, and thinking some of her difficulties were going to be more apparent going forward as long as Rod was no longer there to compensate for some of the struggles she was having.
I appreciate you providing me with a transition in my questioning. I want to now talk about your statement earlier that Rod and Carol Mitchell had come to either your home or your parents' home in Moorhead for holidays with the Mitchell family over the past 30 years. Has Carol ever driven to your house to come to one of those holidays? Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Carol Mitchell, if Rod Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were both coming in, normally Carol drove because Rod worked in town, lived in Detroit Lakes, worked in town, and he drove that route 5 days a week. And so if they went somewhere on weekends, normally Carol would do the driving because he'd had his fill of driving during the week.
I don't want to make you estimate, but would it be fair to say that Carol Mitchell drove to your house or your mother's house in Moorhead more than 10 times?
Probably more than 10 times in a year. Yes.
Okay. So many times.
Many times over the duration, yes.
After Rod Mitchell's death, did there come a time where Carol Mitchell began to have trouble getting to your house in her car?
Yes, there were 2 incidences where she called me, where she was coming to my house and she called me. She'd made it as far as Fargo Moorhead, but then got lost in town. And so she called, and I was able then to direct her via the phone to have her come to my house in South Moorhead.
Did you take a screenshot of the record of that phone call from Carol Mitchell to you?
Yes, I did.
I don't know if that picked up on your...
Yes. Oh, yes, I did.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. And did you provide the screenshot of that phone call to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 323. It's up on your screen and Mr. McDonald's screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is this a complete and accurate record of your screenshot regarding the November 2023 phone call?
Yes, that would have been the day after Thanksgiving in November of 2023 when she came in.
Has it been modified at all?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 323 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection. Exhibit 323 is received. You may publish. Just for clarification for the court reporter myself, 323.
Yes, Your Honor, 323. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, this is a different, would you orient us to who the colors are on this screenshot and explain, after reading that bottom message, who that was to?
So that text was to private investigator hired by Nicole Mitchell. And we'd had a phone conversation and I followed up with a couple texts, or most of the texts, to him. So this was after the original conversations with him. Yeah, in this case, I think he's in blue and I'm in gray.
And above the message that you send to him, that is the screenshot from the day that Carol Mitchell called you when she was lost on her way to your home for Thanksgiving.
Yes, the day after Thanksgiving.
And you mentioned, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you can unpublish that exhibit, please. Before we just showed you that exhibit, I believe your testimony was that this happened 2 different times. One, we can see from that testimony, is November of 2023. Can you place the other one of when it might have happened?
I believe it was in October of 2023.
Why do you believe that?
I was able to find a phone record for it.
Did Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell ever get lost on their way to your home before Rod Mitchell passed away?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you testified to this earlier, but I'd like to ask you to repeat it because I think it makes more sense in context now. Did there ever come a point where you or your family made different arrangements for Carol Mitchell to get to your house to attend a holiday at the Mitchells in Moorhead?
We talked about the one in Easter in 2023 in April, where we went out, or Butch, my brother-in-law, went out and picked her up, and Nicole brought her home. There may have been other family gatherings that we did something similar, where somebody picked her up and somebody else took her home.
This may sound obvious. I don't mean it to be, but why did you decide to do that, or why did your family have that conversation amongst yourselves and come to that conclusion?
Because we thought she was struggling with driving and was a risk to herself and driving outside of DL. Safer to drive inside DL, but when she's out on the road, we had more concerns.
Now I'd like to discuss any additional symptoms of Alzheimer's that you began to notice in Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death. Was Carol Mitchell exhibiting any additional symptoms besides forgetfulness and getting lost that we've already discussed?
Yes.
What was that?
Paranoia. So paranoia.
Thank you. Can you give the jury some examples in your experience with Carol Mitchell at that time where she was exhibiting paranoia?
So as I said earlier, I helped her pretty extensively during the month of April 2023, put together all her financial papers and went to the attorney with her and all those sort of things. But then she started accusing me and my sister and Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers out of her house. So that theme came up and recurred several times throughout, from the time from April of 2023 through the end of 2023, where out of the blue, I'd get a text that says, something, it'd be a text that's like, well, where are my papers? You took them, bring them back. And each time I would carefully take a few minutes and realize that it was part of her paranoia and part of her Alzheimer's, and then very carefully respond to her. My response was normally, Carol, I know, you've got some paranoia going on with that, and that's why I've been very careful to not take anything out of your house. I'd had an experience with another family member where they always thought somebody, not me, but somebody else was taking stuff. It was always the same story over and over and over again. So I just thought she was exhibiting that same thing was stuck in her mind, that I took papers. And so I just very carefully try to walk through that with her and tell her we didn't have them. But it kept coming up throughout the months.
Were those conversations memorialized in text messages?
Yes.
Did you take a screenshot of those text messages? Did you provide a screenshot of those messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 304, 305, 306, and 307. They'll come on the screen as they have all of these times before, and we will look at them one at a time. Please tell me when you are ready to go to the next proposed exhibit. Yes, me or the ladies? Both. I just want to be respectful of both of you guys. Okay.
All right, exhibits 304, 305, 306, and 307 are received, and you may publish.
Ms. Lund, please orient the jury to the colors, and then we will read them aloud, please.
Carol Mitchell is in the gray. I am in the green. This one is in May of 2023. Carol, saying you have not returned any of the files you took from the tin box, noticeably the financial forms, most especially the ones where Rod wrote out his wishes across the top should he pass on. My lawyer wants them ASAP. My response, good morning, Carol. As I said before, I was very diligent about making sure I never took anything out of your house. Everything I helped with was left at your house with notes attached. Are you referring to the bound book that Rod had written in? You showed it to me early on, but again, I never took anything out of your house. I'm sorry you're having difficulty finding it. You put all your house-related papers from the metal box behind the pillows in the second bedroom. Maybe you put it in there too. I'm so sorry. Says, I'm so sorry I failed you in this process. I can't imagine the pain you're going through. I'm sorry.
Take your time, Ms. Lund.
Carol's response. Nicole says she never had any of those forms. So I guess it was you and Cindy that removed them. Whatever, I need them back. Oops, I sent that last one just before yours came in. I will keep searching.
You can unpublish these, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, I can't help but notice that you were emotional at the end of that. Can you explain why?
I knew it was her disease that was talking there and not herself. We'd always had a good relationship, so I knew that, and I felt sorry for her and that I couldn't help anymore.
Had you ever taken papers out of Carol Mitchell's home?
Never. Let me correct. May I correct?
Yes, please.
Preparing for Rod Mitchell's funeral, Cindy and I think Jonathan Keel and I loaded up all the things we were taking to the funeral home. So we took boxes of pictures and memorabilia and all those type of things, loaded them in our cars, picture boards and everything, took them to the funeral home, brought them back home again, unloaded them all. And that was the only papers I would have hauled around.
Did Carol Mitchell have any fears or concerns related to her bank accounts?
Yes. We had talked about, earlier I talked about her little book of passwords and things like that. So she had those going on. And, you know, probably one of my goals was, you know, knowing she had Alzheimer's, knowing that sometimes people with Alzheimer's end up having trouble getting their bills paid on time and things like that. So one of my goals for her would have been to get everything set up on automatic payments so she didn't do anything like get behind on a utility bill and get her electricity shut off or something like that. I've had experience with those type of things. So my goal was to more automate and auto pay for as much as I could so she didn't have problems. But Carol's paranoia, I think, had stepped in, and she didn't want anything on auto pay. She wanted the bills coming to her at her house. She wanted to pay them, and she didn't want the internet in her house anymore.
After Rod Mitchell died, do you recall ever seeing Carol Mitchell use laptop computers in her home?
When I was out there helping her, I would use the laptop a little bit. But that's the only experience, I guess. I haven't seen her close to a laptop.
In the months leading up to the incident in this case, did Carol Mitchell's behavior towards you and the Mitchell family change?
Yes.
How so?
For the last, 25 years, I mean, Carol and Rod had come and spent every holiday with us. We were close, saw them a lot, and Carol had talked about the discord between her and her sister. I think she hadn't had a relationship with her sister for the last 20 or 25 years. She used to go there for holidays and things, but there had been some fracturing in that relationship. And then all of a sudden after Rod died, Carol did a 180. So she turned and all of a sudden started nurturing or things with her family. And we became the family that she was having difficulty with. So it was just like a 180. The last 25 years where she didn't participate with her family was now completely different.
Now, you just mentioned Carol Mitchell's sister. Who are you referring to when you say that?
I know her first name only. I don't remember her last name.
And what is her first name?
Dee.
Okay. Do you know if Dee has any children who are related to this case?
There are two daughters. I remember meeting them at Rod Mitchell's funeral. Pam is the first name of one. I don't recall the other one.
That's okay. So directing you back towards Carol Mitchell's increased paranoia. We looked at text messages earlier that were from March of 2023. Did you receive any other texts from Carol Mitchell after that time that were of a similar vein?
Of the paranoia?
Yes.
Occasionally through the following months, I'd get another text asking, where are my documents? Bring them back, and things like that. My attorney wants them. You know, he wants them right now. And at one time I called her attorney and I said, hey, I'm concerned. I mean, she's not remembering things. She's telling me you're asking for documents. And I'm going, what documents are you looking for from me? Because I don't have any. And the response was just something like, well, if you have any.
I don't object to narrative.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Let me try to drill down a little bit so we avoid a long answer. Did Carol Mitchell make a significant accusation against you in December of 2023?
Yes.
And was it by text message?
Yes, it was.
Did you take screenshots of that text message?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the screenshots to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys? Oh, I'm sorry, it moved on you.
Yes, I did.
I'm now going to show you two documents marked exhibits 310 and 311, 310 and 311. Can you see them on your screen?
Yes.
Sorry. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer exhibits 310 and 311 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 310 and 311 are received and you may publish.
This will be the last time I ask you to do this. I know that these text messages are difficult, so take your time, but please orient the jury to the colors and read the text as you can.
Okay. Carol is in gray. Mine is in green. So this was early in December 2023. Good morning, Nancy. Oh, this is also, I mean, I hadn't dealt with.
Runner, I'm going to object. There's no question here.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please read this first and I can ask some questions afterwards.
Good morning, Nancy, or maybe it's not. Just came from my lawyer's office again. I would have thought that you loved your brother enough to honor his wishes. And those forms that you stole from my house where Rod had specifically stated his wishes should be honored. Being you had no financial stake in them, I can only assume you gave them to Nicole. And being Nicole has flatly stated that she believes my son has no right to any monies, I take that as proof. Apparently, neither you or Nicole loved Rod enough to.
Would it say honor his wishes?
Honor his wishes, yeah.
You can unpublish, Your Honor. Now, before you started reading that, we drew an objection because there wasn't a question asked. But I think the question is, had you talked to Carol Mitchell at all before she sent you that text message?
I had not dealt with Carol with anything financial since late April or early May of 2023. And this text message came out of the blue.
How did the text message make you feel?
Terrible.
Without getting too into a narrative, can you explain that a bit more?
I still knew it was the disease talking, but it hurt so bad that she would say that about me not loving my brother. That I never texted her again.
Why did you stop texting her?
Because it hurt me so bad that she would think that I didn't love my brother.
After Carol Mitchell sent you this text in December of 2023, did she reach out by text again?
No.
To your knowledge, was Carol Mitchell pulling away from any other of the Mitchell family?
She was pulling away from all the Mitchell family.
Overall, based on all of the time you spent with Carol and Rod Mitchell, how much of a difference was it in terms of where Carol Mitchell was before Rod's death and where she was now in December of 2023 after sending you that message?
She was completely different than we had known her to be. You know, she normally would come in, we'd have nice family time, we'd have gatherings. She would, come in whenever Nicole was in town. She normally would come up. She'd love and kiss on the grandchildren. And none of that was happening anymore. She was cold. She was cold.
To your knowledge, did any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, keep track of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's or how it was progressing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge and in your experience with Carol Mitchell, do you know if any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, were keeping track of her Alzheimer's and how it was progressing?
I don't know.
Has Carol Mitchell ever communicated with you about that side of the family or not being close to that side of the family?
Yes.
Can you talk about that some?
She would mainly talk about her sister Dee. I don't know her last name, and the big rift that had come between them, and it was twofold. The things that she talked about, and even in the month of April of 2023, when I was helping Carol, and we'd take a break from what we're doing, and we go to lunch or things like that, she would talk about Dee on occasion. And the 20-year rift, she said, were the result of two different things. First of all, Dee, took all of their parents' estate. So Carol apparently didn't, according to Carol didn't get anything of her parents' estate. Dee took it all. That was the first thing. And Carol said when she went looking for the baby she gave up at birth, that Dee was very opposed to that, and that also caused a rift between her and Dee. So a combination of those two things was why Carol no longer had a relationship with her sister.
So let's talk about the son that Carol Mitchell was reunited with. What do you know about Jonathan Keel? When did you meet him?
I met him after Rod died.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you ever attempt to acquire any of his things?
During the process, when Carol was cleaning things out and trying to get through things and things like that, one of her homework from her attorney was to make a list of things within the house, who gets what in her house. And so I thought I was going to be helping her with that, but I wasn't. And so a couple different times she would text. I think she offered up a couple things of Rod's to our family members. I think fringe jacket and a Minnesota Vikings jacket were the two things she offered up. And then an oak buffet that she'd had at her house that belonged to my parents and my grandparents before that, I believe. So she had offered those up. And continually, several times throughout the months, I asked her if there would be a point in time when we, meaning my remaining family, could come down and go through Rod's things if there was, to see if there's anything we wanted. Her answer was always, oh, yeah, yep, I'll get things rounded up when I get things sorted out. And it was always, this is things that you don't want anymore, Carol. It's, if you don't want them and you're going to give them away or something like that, we would like to have that opportunity. Yep, when I get things organized, I'll let you know. Well, that time never came. She had, I'd say 3 or 4 reminders.
And Ms. Lund, let me just jump into.
Yep.
If Carol Mitchell was not giving them to you or the people that she said she would, do you know where she was giving them or what she was doing with those items?
She was giving them away to other people or donating them.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit away from Carol Mitchell to Nicole Mitchell. Do you have an opinion as to Nicole Mitchell's character for greediness?
I believe Nicole is a very trustworthy, honest person. She's been a hardworking person all her life. She's created her own life. I mean, she's very professional, very accomplished. And what was the other part of your question?
I only asked for your opinion about her character for greed or desire for money.
I don't think that money is what drives her. I mean, she's had her choice in her career of the things she likes. She does, and she picks the things she likes to do. And I don't think money was a priority even when she decided to have a family. She left some pretty high profile positions and was secure enough financially to move back to Minnesota and raise her family here because that's where she wanted to be. Family was more important than money at that point.
And I want to be very careful with this. I don't want you to give any opinion as to anything related to the allegations in this case. So please do not offer any opinion about that, okay? That being said, do you have an opinion as to Nicole's character for being caring or caring about other people's well-being generally?
Yes, I believe she's a very caring person. And a lot of times you would see that through some of the work that she chose or her volunteer work that she chose. I think a lot of it was very children oriented, and she did that kind of caring. And she cares for her family.
Based on that knowledge, and again with the caveat that I don't want you to talk about anything related to this case, what do you think Nicole's motives were regarding her dealings with Carol generally after Rod's death?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Approach.
Ms. Lund, I'd like to talk a little bit about your perception of Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell's relationship. What was it like in your experience?
Sometimes it was rocky, I think, as any daughter and a mother, would be. But most of the time when I saw them together, there was always a hug and everything that went on. So I think they, worked through their difficulties or differences. And I think it was a pretty normal mother-daughter type relationship.
And what about Nicole Mitchell's children, which would be Carol Mitchell's grandchildren? To your knowledge, did Carol Mitchell see those grandchildren frequently?
Yes.
Did it become less frequent after Nicole Mitchell adopted her second son?
Yes. Prior to adopting the second son, I think when the first son was there, when Nicole would come to the area, I guess, she would many times spend a night or two at Rod and Carol's house, and then she would probably come into town and spend a night at my house too. After the second boy came into play, who was, I believe, just a foster child at that point, I believe that Nicole was told that they weren't welcome to spend the nights at her father's house anymore. And so she came just as frequently, but spent nights at my house.
Despite these ups and downs and this changing relationship after her second son was adopted, do you still believe that Nicole had genuine concern for Carol Mitchell's well-being?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Nicole is a caretaker at heart. That's the type of person she's going to be. She has, and I think that, would you ask the question one more time, please?
Absolutely. You testified to some incidents of rocky relationship between Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell. And I'm asking, despite that, it seems as though your testimony is that you still believe that Nicole Mitchell had Carol Mitchell's well-being in mind. I'm asking why you think that.
I think that because I believe that Nicole loved Carol and still does. And I also feel that she, being a caretaker, that her father, Rod Mitchell, would want her to make sure that Carol is well taken care of. And I think she felt an obligation, not only love, but an obligation to take care of a family member.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the time period of 2023 and 2024. Overall, was that a difficult year or an easy year for the Mitchell family?
Very difficult.
Can you tell us about why that is or what happened to make it so difficult?
We experienced a lot of loss that year. So it started with my brother, Rod Mitchell, in March of 2023. We lost a family member. My 39-year-old niece passed away in September of 23. And then in December of 23, my older sister, Julie Bradley, passed away. And within a couple days of that, my ex-husband passed away within a couple days there at the same time.
Can you explain a little more about how your ex-husband passed away?
He was elderly. He had been sick, and he lived by himself in a small condo in Moorhead. And our 2 children are in town there. And so they were probably his main people that were looking after him. And he must have had a fall, and one of my children had to, when their father wasn't responding to phone calls or texts anymore, they had to go and check on him, and they found that he had fallen. And I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before they found him. And that was a very traumatic experience to have to go to his house and open a door and walk in and not know, what condition they were going to find him in. Very traumatic for one of my children.
Did Nicole know about this?
Yes, I'm sure we talked about it over Christmas that year.
What effect did this death have on the family related to your concerns about Carol Mitchell?
She's elderly. She's living on her own. She wasn't returning texts or phone calls. And so those type of possibilities come to mind.
Now, when you think of Nicole Mitchell's personality and behavior, would you consider her more of a doer, someone who takes charge, or more of a passive person?
She would be a doer.
And how did that trait of being a doer affect Nicole's interactions with Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death?
One of the things we were, concerned about would be the progression of the disease. If you're fairly, if it's early in the diagnosis and you've got time to do things or get things organized and things like that, that's the time to do them rather than waiting until the disease progresses. And I know one of the areas that Nicole researched and had some tough discussions, I think, with Carol on was, where do you want to be when the disease progresses so that you can't be on your own anymore? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in Detroit Lakes? Do you want to be down in the cities where Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel were? Does she want to, what kind of environment does she want to be in? And so I know Nicole had some conversations with her, and I think Carol thought she was pushy, but I think those were the times to be having those conversations and figuring out where she wanted to be. She had cats too to be concerned about, and trying to figure out and make some of those choices ahead of time rather than have somebody else make them for her later.
Ms. Lund, I only have one more question for you, and it's a little bit specific, so bear with me. Are you aware of a medical bill that was missed, the payment of which was missed, and it was related to Rod Mitchell's medical care either right before his death or around the time of his death, that the estate later had to settle?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was looking at the State of Minnesota public access website for court documents and things like that. And I just happened to be perusing through, looking at his probate file online. And I noticed that there was a fairly good sized large medical bill that was never submitted, was never paid. It was not submitted on time or something. And so it was unpaid, and I believe the court didn't order that bill to be paid or something like that. It was an unpaid bill that went through probate and didn't meet the timeline for entry into the estate.
I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lund. want to start by talking just a little bit about Carol Mitchell. You described a couple events with showing some forgetfulness or memory loss. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Walmart event and the meeting with the attorney were in about April 2023?
Yes.
So less than 1 month after Roderick Mitchell's passing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that Carol Mitchell was likely still grieving at that time?
Yes.
Ms. Lund, would you agree that you told the defense investigator that Carol Mitchell is not very tech savvy?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lund, there's no doubt you tried to help Carol Mitchell, fair to say?
Yes.
And Alzheimer's is a very cruel disease.
Yes.
But you also understand that Carol Mitchell is not on trial here.
Yes.
You just spoke to us about this bill. What's your understanding of the probate process if the court doesn't allow a claim?
I don't know exactly how that whole probate process works.
Well, was that bill personal to Roderick Mitchell?
Yes, it was a medical bill of his.
Okay, and was your understanding that the facility or creditor didn't file that timely?
I can't say for sure. It was a long time ago. I haven't stored all that information.
But in any event, that bill may have been personal to Roderick Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay, so it would have been the estate's responsibility, not necessarily Carol Mitchell being put into collections.
It was Roderick's medical bill.
And you did confirm that you haven't texted Carol Mitchell since December 2023.
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. So any concern about her not responding to text messages, you're talking about prior to December 2023?
Correct.
You testified that Nicole is, quote, a doer?
Yes.
Okay, so she gets something on her mind, she's going to complete the task.
She will normally do the task instead of wait for somebody else to do it, yes.
Okay. And you also described her as trustworthy and honest, correct?
Yes.
Meaning if someone asks her a question or she says a statement, we can believe it.
Normally, yes.
Ms. Lund, did Nicole Mitchell communicate with you on April 21st or April 22nd of 2024?
You'll have to refresh me on what those dates were because
Let me ask you in a more pointed way. Did Nicole Mitchell tell you that she was going to break into Carol Mitchell's home?
No.
Did she ever reach out with any concerns or discussions in the 24 hours prior to her arrest?
No.
Now, you described Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship on the stand here as, quote, sometimes rocky.
Yes.
Okay. But isn't it true you told the defense investigator that Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship has, quote, never been stellar in the 40 years?
Right. Probably not ever stellar.
Okay. But those were your words?
Yes.
And Ms. Lund, isn't it also true that you told the defense attorney, the defense investigator after you found out Nicole Mitchell was arrested, quote, "Nicole, I don't understand what you did. I don't understand it."
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Just very, very briefly, I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, who was Carol Mitchell the executor of Rod Mitchell's estate?
Yes.
You testified earlier that Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to your house in November of 2023 for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yes.
Was that 8 months after Rod Mitchell's death?
Yes.
Did you know that Carol Mitchell was also not responding to Nicole Mitchell with respect to text messages and calls?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
When you testify that Carol Mitchell was not responding to Nicole Mitchell, what time frame are you speaking to, Ms. Lund?
I think during 2023, there were a lot of times when there were very slow responses, but I think I don't know when she no longer responded at all. For periods of time, there were very slow responses. I don't know the dates that she didn't respond at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Lund, you may step down. Again, watch your step. There's that
Thank
slight decline there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll adjourn and go into recess for the evening. Before we do so, once again, remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television or social media or on the internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in this case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. We will resume again tomorrow at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury, please. Have a good evening.
All right, folks, that's going to be the end. We've seen a little bit of the defense. But that's going to be the end of our broadcast today. We'll be back at it at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see how the defense finishes up. They should finish up tomorrow. Fidji, you want to say anything? Any parting words?
Parting words? No. No, there wasn't much to say about the aunt's testimony. It was just kind of dull, actually.
Yeah, but now remember, this is the aunt that Carol accused of coming in trying to steal papers, documents.
Right, but she seemed to me a little overly emotional at times. And I mean, she was sincere about it, but I don't know, just came off kind of silly to me.
Yeah, I don't know that it helped the defense's case, but we'll see tomorrow how they tie it up and see where they go.
Is that 9 o'clock Eastern, or is that 9 Central?
9 Central, so it'll be 10 o'clock Eastern.
Okay. Okay.
They're in the Central Time Zone, and they'll start at 9 o'clock with a 10-minute delay.
Excellent. Looking forward to it.
Yes,
Hope it's a little more
sticking it out with me today, and for all our loyal commenters and viewers, we appreciate you too. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great one.
movement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
I see you entering, take a right. You're going to proceed down the long hall, all the way to the end. You're going to go till the end where you're intersect to the classrooms. Keep going, I see you moving forward. Subject is held up in classroom 203.